at night, yeah. Make all the demons quiet, yeah. We were built to thrive, yeah. I think that we've all had enough. What keeps you up at night, yeah. Make all the demons quiet, yeah. We were built to thrive, yeah. I think that we've all had enough. Oh, yeah, I think that we've all had enough. Sick of dealing with the old plan. They know that we're calling it wrong. You got me like, oh, yeah, I think that we've all had enough. Sick of dealing with the old plan. They know that we're calling it wrong. Hey, it's too late to try to go contain it. A generation fueled by creation. We live lives on a small screen nation. We control the airwaves, no negotiation. I refuse to think we need saving. Something good will come from creation. And when we think that the world is too anxious, we'll adapt, evolve, survive, and save it. What keeps you up at night, yeah. Make all the demons quiet, yeah. We were built to thrive, yeah. I think that we've all had enough. What keeps you up at night, yeah. Make all the demons quiet, yeah. We were built to thrive, yeah. I think that we've all had enough. Oh, yeah, I think that we've all had enough. Sick of dealing with the old plan. They know that we're calling it wrong. You got me like, oh, yeah, I think that we've all had enough. Sick of dealing with the old plan. They know that we're calling it wrong. Hey, oh, yeah, I think that we've all had enough. Sick of dealing with the old plan. They know that we're calling it wrong. You got me like, oh, yeah, I think that we've all had enough. Sick of dealing with the old plan. They know that we're calling it wrong.
Oh, look at me. I'm retarded. I'm a globe.
No one told you life was gonna be this way. Your job's a joke, you broke. Your love life's the old way. It's like you're always stuck in second gear. When it hasn't been your day, week, your month, even your year. But I'll be there for you when the rain starts to pour. I'll be there for you like I've been there before. I'll be there for you, so there for you.
The whole system is designed to disconnect you from your intuition. Why? Disconnected people are easy to manipulate. Everything from sunscreen to politics to the food industry. It's all designed to disconnect and manipulate you. We are in the middle of a war right now, but it's not a traditional war. It's a war on consciousness. It's a war on freedom. This is the time to listen, not to the news. No, your intuition, your gut, your heart. Love is the greatest weapon against darkness. How do you love more? You begin by loving yourself. How do you love yourself? You listen to the messages your body is telling you.
Nobody is coming to save you. Get up. Be your own hero. There's an African legend that says, in a race between a lion and a deer, many times the deer wins. Because the lion runs for food, but the deer runs for life. The moral of the story is this: purpose is more powerful than need. When your why is as strong as your need to breathe, nothing can outrun your will.
Slaves used to work all day, every day, with no pay. But they got free food, water, and shelter. Today, we work all day, nearly every day, and we get paid. But the money we make, we spend on food, water, and shelter. We're still slaves. The only thing that has changed is the illusion of freedom.
I just know we found something so loud of the ordinary. You got me kissing the ground when you say you left.
I'm scared, Dad.
Do you trust me, son?
Yes.
Come on, son. Rule number 1, never trust anybody.
Stop! Don't touch me there. This is my no-no square. Stop! Don't touch me there. This is my no-no square.
I am struggling extremely with mental health issues, and I am trying to do that whilst being FTFE. And unfortunately, talking to flat earthers is quite painful.
All right.
Wait for me, wait for me. I'll be coming home. Wait for me.
Law. Nowhere in nature or in a controlled environment can we ever produce a volume outside of containment.
What's that?
Has gas been seen or
what's that, brother?
Now let me see you drop it to the flow, drop. Esta es una historia triste la que le voy a contar. Una historia triste la que le voy a contar. No tiene doble sentido, no vaya.
Chicken banana, chicken banana, chicken banana, banana, banana.
I remember when I lost my mind.
I thought I'd freak you out and put you up there just all by yourself.
I appreciated that.
I knew you would. I knew you would. Wow, we got a lot of people in here tonight already, man. And it's not got shit to do with Wesley. Oh, by overwhelming consensus, my God, early on the chat when I first was setting this thing up, people are like, please don't allow Wesley back on the show. Don't let him on there.
Sorry, guys, I can't hear.
Don't worry. Whoops.
I know the feeling.
Oh, look, there's Roger, too.
Yeah, I'm here. Yeah. Thank God you're not going to let him on, man. I spent a half hour watching some of their stuff, man, and it's redundant. It's just crap. So.
It's some of the dumbest shit that you could ever think, you know? And it's like they always want to go, well, I can see this curvature. And I'm like, I don't give a shit what you think you can see. If you can't demonstrate convexity of water with substantial volumes, then guess what, man? You just got a fucking misinterpretation of your vision. That's all.
Yeah. And measured curvature would be slope over distance, and they don't have any of that neither.
They don't have shit. Well, I was thinking about this. I said, I was telling a guy, I was like, look, if you were out in the middle of the ocean, right? And this is it. Water doesn't lie to you. So if you were out in the middle of the ocean, that would mean that no matter where you were in that body of water, you would always be at the highest point. The horizon would never appear to rise in elevation to your forward position. You would have to look down to see it because it would be a continuous slope away from you in every fucking direction. It would never rise up or appear to rise up. It doesn't really rise up. You have to explain that to them too. You have to tell them.
We've never ever seen curved ocean water. Sorry,
no, no,
like
it's a misinterpretation of long distance observations, not taking into account all of the visual effects that are taking place there. And the answer to it is right in front of them. It's the water. The water doesn't lie. Come on, y'all.
You can place water over a convex surface, and guess what happens? It goes level. It's weird.
Well, if that were true, then I could put like a steel ball down inside of a glass of water, and the surface should mimic that fucking ball, right?
Absolutely.
Be a lump right there. Why doesn't the ocean go ahead and just mimic the topography that's below it?
It won't. It never will.
Of course not. Why? That's the whole thing right there. It should. Yeah. It should, but it doesn't.
Yeah, if you pull up any of the NASA photos of supposedly Earth of the globe, just look at the outside, the outerior of the this curved water, and just that right there will tell you that that's all fake because you've never seen ocean curved, dude. And that's what it would have to do.
Well, have you ever looked at their geoid? It actually is lumpy as hell, and this is actually their gravitational model. they put the geoid together, and it's got like a tumor on the side of its head, the quarter the size of the sphere itself. And this is what they actually say it is. The geodetic surveyors actually say it. This is what it really looks like.
Oh
You
my
just
God.
can't see it in their photograph.
Their whole argument is based on hypotheticals and shifting the burden of proof. It's what it is every time.
It is.
And
It
there's
is.
no reason that we have to capitulate with that. And it's the same argument, so I just don't even bother.
Well, this is another one they do. They try to come in and act like, oh, well, I'd be happy to answer your questions and reconcile that. But first, I need to ask you a few questions.
Right.
And I'm like, you don't have to ask me a goddamn thing.
Right.
All you got to do is prove your fucking point. Do it.
Mhm.
If I have questions about it, I'll ask you. Okay. I don't need that. You're not here to quiz me. I
Right.
asked for reconciliation of this physical impossibility. So just spit it out, man. Do it. And they won't do it. They, well, let me ask you, what do you think this is? It doesn't matter what I fucking think. You're claiming this shit. Prove it. I get tired of their little bullshit. And like you said, with the little reversal fallacy, well, where's your evidence of flat earth? Wait a second. I don't have to prove my observation. You observe the same thing I do. You said
Right
that
on.
it's different that I don't that other than what I experience and what I observe. You claim that it's something not that. Okay, well, you know what? You have to really prove that.
At least that's what we think, is that that's what they see. I mean, maybe we shouldn't assume. Who knows what these freaking weirdos see?
I have no idea. No, but I had Brenda try to come on my
Yeah.
show today. I didn't let her in. I mean, him.
Oh,
Sorry.
Yeah.
No.
I sound like a broken record, but like we're all in the U.S. We should easily be able to go to Houston or somewhere and just watch a rocket land in person. Further, somewhere further enough to be safe. But guess what? No one can do it.
No.
Like, isn't that a biggest red flag ever?
Where would you get tickets for that? How would you get permission to do that and shit? You can't. But you always hear people cheering and shit and everything, right? They always have these videos of people standing there wearing their tourist sunglasses and bullshit,
Mm-hmm.
So,
Yeah, there's like thousands of videos of like Japan trains, everything, but there's like only a few videos of so-called space and the landings, which it doesn't make sense. There should be hundreds of shorts, videos, documentaries. There's nothing.
I heard it said,
look at. Oh, go ahead, Roger. I'm sorry.
I heard it said like day before. There's millions of pictures of Earth from space. This is right out of the horse's mouth.
Millions of them. Yeah, millions of them. But they only ever show you the 2 or 3 that they have. And here's the thing, too, when you look at them from different space agencies, they're always different.
Yeah.
They're always different. The land looks different. It's all different colors and shit. And that's because it's all Photoshop bullshit. You take high altitude photographs, warp it around into a circle, and fucking colorize it and shit. They don't really have any of that stuff. And there again, that's hearsay. I got a beautiful picture of the Death Star right before it blew up the planet Alderaan,
Right.
Proved that it's not real.
So you've been to Tatooine too?
Oh, yeah. I have been to Tatooine. I've seen, well, I don't want to get into I got into a lot of trouble with those little fucking sand people.
It's good to see Kevin's got his computer working now. I'm telling
I was arrested.
I don't know yet. I haven't got a new one, but I'm not sure.
Man.
I was arrested by the Imperial troops for illegal Jawa tossing. We had Jawa tossing down there in that bar. And I started to get a little upset because those fuckers could never learn a different song. It was always and I was like, God damn, play something different. And I just lost my shit and threw a Jawa right into the band.
Cruelty to Jawas. Yeah.
That's it. Now prove that it didn't. Prove that I didn't. There's these fucking idiots. That's their reversal fallacy. I'm a Wookiee. Prove that I'm not.
Well, I could go live in the woods and dig a hole in the ground and carry a stick and just shatter to myself, become a Wookiee.
You guys didn't hear about all the allegations of sexual abuse from those little Ewoks against Chewbacca. He was trying he was trying to get freaky with the Ewoks, man.
Not my people.
Oh, fuck. Look at all these people we got in here. Weedlander. We got Edwin Johnson. We got Sean Swallows. Yes. Oh, he piped his little head up. he put a community post out there about my thumbnail yesterday and said I was a disgusting POS for that.
Mhm.
And I'm like, that's funny. It's Chris Farley. And he's like, you remember that time you and your husband and that male prostitute got into a hammer fight in their underwear? That was awesome. And it's funny, right? No, not Sean Hawkins. He's like, defender of the gays, I guess. I don't know. But
Well, he was just excited somebody was talking about him.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, you got to give him that every once in a while. I mean, you get tired of the same 4 people.
Yeah.
But,
have you seen his new avatar?
Throw a dog a bone.
The IP address for those people that watch his show come from institutions. So,
yeah. Have you seen his new avatar he uses on his thumbnail?
No, I don't.
Oh, yeah. He's a rat with a bulging eyes and a beer gut, a tank top on. He called himself Sergeant something or other.
Oh, yeah.
Sergeant Rock. He's Sergeant Rock of Easy Company, which was a comic book character. It's when I was a kid, there was the Sergeant Rock comic books. Look, here's Andrew here to join Schneider, Super Sidewinder, Greg in Colorado, and who's that down there? Truth is the Way. Look at all these people. We got AB Normal. I'm still going through shout outs, Andrew. Hang on just a second here. We got as far as Sean Swallows, and we all agreed. Edwin Johnson is here. Let's see who else. Fuzzy Booger, what's happening, brother? Tourette 30-6. We got Edwin Johnson. I said that one already now. Come on. What do we got going on? We got a lot of good people, but we're going to get right into the shit.
You got Greg B in.
Already. Greg B is here too. God dang it. Look at all these people. J.R. Hartley. Everybody rolling and rolling and rolling. All right. So what's going on, Mr.? What's that, Chad?
I was just going to say I was doing something there. I noticed YouTube's changed their buttons around a little bit. So it's like where the subscribe and the like and all that, they kind of flipped it around. I don't know if it's on all devices, but on mine it is. So where it's almost like they trick you into subscribing to something you don't want to do.
Oh, no shit.
Like you go to hit the like button and subscribe instead.
Yeah, they're always changing shit.
Yeah, it's constant. It's always a game with these people.
Yeah, it is. I don't like them. What's going on, Mr. Agent Man? Secret Agent Man.
What's up, Andrew?
I'm joining in for a short bit here. But
that's what you always say.
To those little sand people like sexually harassing people.
Hey, this ties with my my close buddy sent me this it's like a news link. It's a joke, but it's real. So some University of Florida, South Florida student got a felony and a terrorist threat because he threw bacon at a Muslim, and this is like real.
Wow.
Yeah.
What's wrong with that?
He got a felony for throwing bacon at a Muslim. Right? There's nothing wrong with it. I mean,
it's not a real offense.
It tastes really good.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, you can consider anything like that. That can be battery. Whether it don't matter. You could throw a piece of paper, and technically, they can get you for battery.
Right. So when it comes into on Indoor and Tatooine and those little sand people, have you guys ever heard of how Judy Garland, from Wizard of Oz, how she was basically like molested and raped and shit by
the Munchkins?
Yeah, by the Munchkins. Yeah.
Yeah,
that did happen.
Yeah. There's listen, they were wild. They were wild, man. They was having that ain't no shit, man. I've heard the stories and they were having little midget orgies and shit right in the lobbies of the hotels and shit. It was just wild. It was just craziness going on in Hollywood when they were filming that.
Since Andrew's here, we have a forensic engineer who wants to have a conversation with you.
No, Jesus, who cares?
Oh my goodness!
It was a joke, man. It was a joke.
It won't last very long.
No.
Well, here, this will scare you right here because I have his page here.
Yeah, I protested Dunkin' Donuts over the Munchkins.
There he is.
Ooh.
A master of custodial arts.
Yes.
Yeah.
Able to empty a waste paper basket with a single bound. Look at that shit right there. I bet you that motherfucker could crack walnuts with that jaw. Look at that shit.
Oh yeah.
I wonder if it unhinges like a snake or something.
Holy shit, man! That's like a that's that's a that's a weapon right there.
Or you can go. He gave a sermon, some kind of a message for motivation for Christian living, path to glory. He was there, so if you little 41-minute snooze fest you can go check out.
That chin is more dangerous than an AR.
Yeah, he's electrical and equipment failure analysis, electric failure analysis, electrical failure and incidents. It's basically an insurance adjuster. It's basically.
Yeah, basically he goes and talks to real engineers and then asks them what the problem is, and then he writes a book report for some law firm.
Hey, guess what? So briefly, Wesley is backstage. Okay. After major consensus, Wesley, and begging by people of my audience in both the comments and in the chat, I was told to never let you back on here again. So you're
no way. Is it really Wes? Is it Wes again?
He's really bad. We live rent free in our heads too, over and over again.
Yeah, I'm sorry, man. The first thing I saw, first comment in the chat right after I set this thing up, first comments were people saying, "Don't let that idiot back on again. He's just a waste of time and shit." And I was like, "Yeah, no doubt." But you know, on another level, the thing that's so great about it is the fact that he's representing that side. He's representing the globe and all the globetards. And
I disagree. He's not representing. He's like killing himself for them. Like, dude, it's so dumb. Like the stuff he says, like we already debunked so clearly.
Yeah. He just popped backstage again. He's not coming up. I don't know what part of that he doesn't understand, but
don't you got a report to write for your job? Or you're a forensic analyst, right? Don't you
go in there and
forensic work to go do instead of like bothering flat Earth channels. I don't know.
Hey, I know D-Man is not here, but he does the best freaking impression of Wes. D-Man
oh my God,
the best impression of Wes.
He does. It's fucking hilarious, man. So it's like, yeah, he's not coming up. That's just not doing.
All right, so I like I said, I've been up for about 24 hours. I need to go to bed pretty soon, early. But if he comes up, I'll be listening in the background. And my question to Wesley is, if a building is being supplied by a Delta to Y transformer, and there he is.
Yeah, ask him. Go ahead and ask him.
13 kV high side. What primary side?
Primary side. It doesn't really matter what the primary or secondary side is.
Okay.
Oh, actually, you know what? What is the primary side called?
The line side.
Can you be a little more specific?
It's called the primary or the line side. I used to work for the utility. You got
okay. It's called H1, H2.
Yes, it's also called the primary or line side.
I get that. Okay.
Okay. Good.
Hey, who's in your ear? FTFE? He's in your ear, isn't he?
No. FTFE. Hey, you're so cute. And Andrew, anything else?
Yeah, absolutely.
Sure.
So, what causes nonlinear loads, and how do you correct for it with transformers?
Capacitance or inductance. Anything else?
Yeah.
Why are you laughing?
Because it's a fucking transformer. It's called a Type K transformer.
Are you nervous?
That's it.
How do you go against reactive loads?
Capacitive.
Look at the squirm. Oh, that's so cute. All right, see us off. Thanks for looking.
He's gonna run away now.
Obsession. Yeah. I won't run away if Sal wants.
Stay here, then let him finish answering, dude. He's been up for 24 hours, so give him a moment.
Okay, go ahead.
How do we solve for reactive loads?
Yeah.
Okay, as you had just mentioned, that would be one way to do it. However,
like
when it comes to,
it's like a bed gun piece. You can just rest your AR.
What is going on?
Hey, can you mute
I
LJ
recommend
for a second?
it.
LJ's out of
Yeah,
left
thanks.
field there in his bathrobe. That's really cute. Go ahead, Andrew. I'm waiting.
Yep. High harmonic loads are caused by what?
Solid state electronics. Anything else, Andrew? Anything else, buddy?
Oh, I can go all day with you on this one.
Okay. Have I gotten it wrong yet?
Yes.
What? What did I get wrong?
So you're giving like a rudimentary answer to a very simple question.
Okay, what do you want? What would
It's
you like?
inductive loads cause harmonics.
So do all solid state relays too.
Oh.
Sob, thank you so much for letting me up, man. I appreciate it. And thanks for researching me. It makes me feel a little bit better that you actually know how to research. Appreciate it, bud.
I don't get it.
Don't leave Andrew struggling out here.
I'm not struggling. I'm asking you, and you're struggling. I'm questioning your
Go
viability.
ahead. What did I answer wrong? Go ahead.
You're giving me like
Kevin, you need to turn on your camera and mic and shit. You're showing up, but I can't put you up. You don't have nothing working.
All right, Andrew. What's a good power factor?
Well, power factor is an imaginary number that goes from 0 to 1, and then.
Did you hear my question?
What is a good power factor?
Yeah,
that would be 1.
Okay, that's a perfect power factor. What's a good power factor for a normal?
99.9.
You can't get to 99.9. How do you not know this?
Okay, close to 99. I'll
Nope.
say 0.99.
Nope. 0.9 is about as good as you can get in the utility business.
Well, you're laughing.
Yes,
bro, that's the fakest, fucking gayest laugh in my life.
Okay, can you tell me what the variables are in the thing that you have under your name, Andrew?
Yes. Oh, no, I just have that there for fucking fun.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. Power equals I squared times R.
What's I?
It's amperage.
Okay, what else? Well, also known as what?
Okay.
What's I known as? What's the variable I?
Intensity, amperage, also known in Latin, which is impedance, which means intensity.
Try again. What is I in electrical engineering?
Amperage.
No.
It's
not voltage either.
Oh my God! Should I pull up Ohm's law and teach you again? I asked you this a couple months ago.
It's current. It's current, buddy. What's R?
Current. R is resistance measured in ohms.
Okay, what's 1 over R?
1
divided
over
by R. Yeah, what is that? It's okay. I don't want to do it anymore. If you have any questions for me, I'd be happy to answer.
Oh yeah, just because I know words, I'm so smart. We live on a spinning space ball with pure seawater. Trust me, my name is Wes. I know everything. I know everything. I'm Wes.
Hey, LJ,
I know big words. I know definitions that are man-made.
I won't ask any more questions. I'll listen to you guys.
Good job, buddy.
Equivalent to
what's that?
1 times R. It'd be the same thing.
1 over R is equal to 1 times R. Dude, come on, please.
Is that what you're trying to get in?
No, it's not. 1 over R is equal to 1 times R. It's okay. I'm not going to do this anymore. It's not.
Yeah, I don't think you'd want to.
Yeah, you showed me.
Mm-hmm.
Scott, do you have any questions I can help you with, or LJ?
I wouldn't come to you for any answers about anything.
Yeah,
why would I?
Why doesn't the Earth spin? Why
the-
doesn't the Earth spin under a helicopter? 20 hours hovering over the same spot.
Welcome to Flat Earth 2016. Chad, you were saying that I was like an adjuster, or Sav, you were saying like I'm an adjuster.
Yeah, probably just a glorified insurance adjuster.
Oh, probably now you're going to back away from your claim.
Yeah.
So Wesley, since you're an electric engineer, right? That's what you claim to be.
Nope.
You're not. What's your title right now? What do you do?
Electrical engineer.
Electrical engineer.
Okay.
Now you're well aware of all the signs and everything in the formulas. You know how to read them, right?
Nope.
You're good at it, right? You're not good at it.
I'm good at it. I don't know it all. I'm not special by any means.
I didn't say you were special. I'm asking you an industry question,
He's
dude.
special, all right. He's special.
No,
all right. I'll tell you that right now.
Sav is special because he knows everything.
Okay, I have a question to Wes.
Yeah, go,
Wes,
LJ.
you believe every single mainstream media story?
Nope.
So do you believe the guy who, pop up Charlie
LJ,
Kirk?
when did I say that?
Do
LJ,
you
when did I say
believe
that? LJ,
do you
when did
believe
I
the
say
guy
that?
who pop up Charlie Kirk? Do you believe he took a correlation for the spin of the earth when he took the shot?
No clue.
No, he's not in that field at all. He's in electrics.
And
So,
what? What is it, Roger? Try to say the word.
You're an electric engineer, right?
Nope. Try again.
What are you? Electronics?
It's Roger. It's pronounced asshole.
Okay. Yeah. No, I mean,
You
you deal with electricity. You deal with loads. You deal with the.
He deals with loads.
Yeah, okay.
Okay. I have a simple question.
There's the 13-year-old
loads.
Wes, I got a simple question, bro. Have you ever driven 5 miles by your, have you ever driven for 5 miles?
In a car?
Yep.
Yep.
Okay, so you feel what that's like. Now you're telling me the ISS goes through those 5 miles in 1 fucking second. You really believe that? You think an astronaut can handle that for days? You think they won't just die?
We already had this discussion the other day. 1,000 years ago, your ancestors would have thought it'd been crazy you could go 60 miles per hour.
Okay.
How do you know what people would have thought 1,000 years ago or even 100 years ago? How the
because
fuck
it wouldn't have been possible.
You don't know anything. You only know what is directly around you within your purview of existence. Okay,
Well,
that's all you really know.
Then Sav, how do you know that the Earth is 72% water?
How would you know what you just said without anybody teaching you that prior?
Doesn't matter if it's 70%.
How do you know?
The ocean water does not curve.
Don't matter if it's 20% water.
You can't answer that.
Well, it's not relevant.
It's not within your purview. But yesterday you said
relevant. It's not relevant to the discussion. I can't believe that someone. Listen to me.
Yes, it is.
I cannot believe that someone that's supposedly your age can act like such a fucking adolescent.
Look what's under my name and say that again.
I know. I have to wonder why you would come out in public calling yourself knob gobbler and telling people that you blow for free. Why would you do that, Wesley?
That's a 12-year-old right in action, dude. Good work.
Well, there you go. You're responsible for your avatar, bro, not me.
Oh, what about infinite awareness? You're responsible for that, right?
Yeah, that's my avatar. You see it?
Yeah, you lost it. You lost it for about a year.
You see it right there? Okay.
Yeah, you lost it for about a year and a half. What happened, Mr. Know-It-All?
What? Okay, I know. Listen, know what all. I never claimed to know everything, but you're a retard that believes in physical impossibilities and squirms like a worm on a hot rock when he's asked to reconcile him. You can't. You never will.
You squirmed when I asked.
Okay, you never will. You never will.
You never will.
So you see that you have no more business here at all.
Okay.
And you are now gone. Goodbye. There you go.
I wanted him to clarify something.
There's Kevin.
Damn, I haven't seen you in a while.
So you're the best, man. You destroy them the best.
Hey, hi.
What's happening, Kevin?
Hey, I'm good. I don't see myself moving.
Your microphone sucks, dude.
It does?
Yeah, it's like real muffled. You keep banging on it, and we can't hear you.
Probably because it's close to your hoodie there or something. Now we don't hear you at all. You're on
mute.
mute.
We don't hear you at all.
You're on mute.
You're on mute. Unmute. Apparently, he has to go in the other room to unmute. I like my little avatar.
Yeah, it's cute. Looks like Mac Moon.
Oh, Jesus. Let me fix that. Back.
Must make a perfect rest for McToon's ball sack.
Some sick shit. Where'd LJ go?
Everybody disappeared.
Everybody fucking disappeared, man. No shit.
Or did you drop them all?
There's Roger.
Yeah, I'm sorry, man. My mic came undone. I wanted to ask him what an electronic engineer is and an electrical engineer. What's the difference between the two? But he's well versed in the industry.
Mm-hmm.
We can tell. That doesn't mean he doesn't have a belief in a globe. That's really another story.
He reminds me kind of like an autistic child.
Mhm.
You know, I think maybe that might be the case. God damn, that mouth of his, oh boy! I'll tell you what, that thing looks like it could come unhinged and swallow a whole fucking ostrich egg.
True.
It's pretty bad. Anyway, so what's on your mind, Kevin? Couldn't get. Listen, you're muted, man. Do you see the little mute on your microphone there? Do you see the little line across it? It means that you're muted. Nobody can hear you. You have to click on your microphone down there.
We're just gonna have to wait until he figures it out, I guess.
Yeah,
Oh, there you go. You got it.
Can you guys hear me now?
Yep.
There it is. Now you found it.
Beautiful.
Great. How's it going, guys?
Hey, now.
Tip top, top notch, number one, double below nothing, my man.
Hey, just before coming online, I put a link in that group to asking people to come join if they want to debate.
You know
You know
most
what-
of them are bots, right? You know that most of them are bots.
They're not real people.
Well, I don't know.
I do.
Yeah, we met them.
And you know what Craig McNeil did? Like today, he made a post to say, "Oh yeah, Kevin's gonna debate me on my channel tonight." It was during the hockey game. I just finished watching the hockey game. It was Montreal-Toronto. I don't know if you guys know hockey, but Montreal-Toronto, it's like a classical. And he was like, "You're running away. You're running away." I was like, "I don't care. I don't care what you're saying. I'm watching Montreal-Toronto." So
he's not worth debating. He doesn't ever have anything new. He cannot reconcile the physical impossibilities imposed by his globe earth belief. He's rude, he's obnoxious, and I really don't want him here. I'll tell you why. This is a man who went out of his way to try to misconstrue something that I said and call the sheriff's department in my county with the intent of having me locked in a cage. Of course, none of that ever happened. They from what I found out later, they thought he was funny as hell. They said, "Wow, what a fucking girly boy," you know.
Oh, the police?
Yeah, the police.
Yeah.
Word gets around about shit. You know, they never came and talked to me, but I heard it through the grapevine that they were laughing their ass off at his ass. But yeah, he literally, his intent was to have me locked in a cage. And you know what for?
What?
Because he's going on now for 4 years about going to have his leg amputated and shit. Nobody's buying it anymore, right?
So, hey,
And so
please, I don't want to cut you off, but D-Man, please do the West impression. It's the best,
come on,
please.
no. That's not the time.
That can wait.
Yeah.
Holy crap! I can finish saying what I'm saying for him to do that. So what I'd said was they were talking about him having his leg amputated on somebody's panel, and I said, "Well, hell, he could probably solve most of his problems by having him amputate his head." And
that would fix his problems.
Yeah, and so he said that I was calling for someone to cut off his head.
Yeah,
and that's why he called the police.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
So tell me that's not a disturbed individual. You know, he went to the debate con in Ohio and he broke down and cried like a little bitch.
Wow.
He broke down and cried like a little bitch because he can't handle his alcohol.
Yeah, not in the debate. You mean
no, not during the debate. It was,
oh man,
yeah.
I would have
he has cried. Here, I'll show you. Here's where he cried. Time check this out.
I am struggling extremely with mental health issues, and I am trying to do that whilst being FTFE. And unfortunately, talking to flat earthers is quite painful.
All right, thank you, Craig.
So what were we talking about?
Girly bitch. He's a little girly bitch. I don't even know why you bother with him, man.
So what were we talking about when you made that comment? I was setting up my debate for Duffy, you remember? And me and you were, and like somebody else were in classes, and you said, "Well, we can fix Craig's problem. Just amputate his head."
Yeah, I said he could go have his head amputated. You know, it's like I'm not coming over there to do it. You know, fuck all that. I can give a shit if he drops through his own ass and hangs himself. And be, you know, real about it. But
you know,
the idea that he did this on a live stream. He called from Scotland here to my county sheriff and tried to make a complaint on me for saying that, like they're gonna fucking do anything. And he's going, oh, and he's a flat earther, and
he's got guns, and he's a felon,
and he's a homophobe, and he's just a really terrible. And I'm like, oh. Okay.
But you know what? Sometimes those things work, eh? Because last time I came on the show, I was telling you that Michael Toon has tried to get me fired. Well, he kept trying, and he succeeded. He got me fired from my job I was working 7 years for.
Wow. Really? Yeah, see, they're sick motherfuckers. That's why I don't understand why you even entertain them.
And their followers, they think it's all right.
Yeah.
They don't give a fuck. Like, he got fired, he deserved it. He thinks the earth is flat.
Yeah. That's a disturbed psychopath is what that is.
And I heard Dave Chappelle saying today, because you know that the guys in the group call me a coward a lot. Like, I challenge literally everyone. Hey, everyone, if you want to debate me, come to debate me on this channel. Oh, you're a coward. I don't know how they figure it out. But Dave Chappelle said, the coward is enjoy the brave men fall. And that's what happened when I lost my job. Everyone was enjoying it. They were telling him, Michael Toon, good job.
Well,
you did a great job.
Do you realize that without our engagement, they don't have anything?
Nope.
I know.
Okay. So what I've done, I don't hear nothing out of these fucking idiots. Ever. You know why? Because I don't acknowledge them. I don't give a fuck what they say. I don't give a fuck about their Flirtopedia page or none of that other shit. They're all a bunch of effeminate losers, as far as I'm concerned. And so without my engagement to them or with them, and without anybody's engagement, what do they have? They have no choice but to come up with fake flat earthers to debate and try to ridicule other people. And that gets old after a while. That gets really old after a while.
I like
Meanwhile, I can sit over here and I can talk about the reality of the earth. I can talk about the reality of the world. And I get very few trolls, very few. In fact, my audience is merciless on trolls.
Yeah, Sov, really, Sov? Really?
There you go.
Sorry, I had to do it. Oh, you think so? Come on and tell me about it, Sov.
So under what basis did your job have for firing you? Just the flat earth thing?
Well,
like, isn't that that's discriminatory, is it not? I don't know what the laws are in Canada.
Yeah, it has to do with Sov, okay? When Michael Toon contacted...
Yeah, man, they make bot accounts,
Michael Toon contacted
all kinds
his
of
wife.
shit, fake views, fake followers, and fake comments.
Okay, so Michael Toon contacted David's wife. So I said, you guys can't do that. Like, okay, the reason why it was because David didn't say anything when they called that girl that went to Antarctica. They called her a town bike. And David didn't react, like he was listening to the conversation. So Michael Toon contacted his wife and said, look, your husband didn't react when they called the girl a town bike. So I said, who cares? Who cares? Look, it's the internet. We can say whatever we want.
Do you know what my wife? Do you know what my wife said? What? She said, "How do I know she's not?"
Yeah,
that was my wife's response. How do I know she's not?
Prove it.
And whatever, I made the post. I made a post with Michael Toon with the face of it. With Michael Toon on the body of Peter Griffin as a pimp, and and I said, I'm Michael Toon is a pimp, drug dealer, and a male prostitute, and all kind of shit like that. He showed that to my boss, and at first my boss didn't fire me, but he kept trying. He was sending him all kinds of shit I was saying in groups.
That's what they do.
people were posting on my the page of my company. So my boss got fed up, and at some point he fired me.
Jeez.
So,
Yeah,
so
that's why it's best to just not engage with them, honestly.
That's what I say, man. No,
and just because he couldn't find an argument, you remember I told you about the curve building. I made them say literally that building curve to follow the curvature of the earth, which is absurd. And when I came to debate Michael Toon about that, I was like, haha, this is it. I'm gonna ridicule him in front of everybody. And he knew it. So he had the plan to mute me and put the name of my company on his live stream and says to the audience, call that company, say that they should fire that Kevin John guy. And yeah, it happened. It took a while.
That debate, Kevin. I remember that. I watched it. That was a good debate you did. There's one thing I got to correct you guys on. It was a village bicycle. That's what it
was. Yeah.
Yeah, man.
It losers. That's it.
Must have wore the treads off because I haven't seen it in a while.
Where was that damn?
Can I
guys?
I'm sorry. Can I get a radio check? I sound okay?
Yeah, it's a little bit hot.
Kind of hot, but yeah.
I don't know how to adjust anything on this. This is all new.
I got it. Let me see where we at. I gotta get
the phone app for this is really weird.
I remember it well. Kevin, you did the ice rink test.
Right.
The laser.
Yeah.
How about now? Is that okay?
Yeah, it's way better.
All right, cool. Thanks. Sorry about that.
There we go.
Yeah, they say, oh, we never do research, anything. Hey, I went to several ice rink. I bought this level to take measurement. I asked permission to go. It's not every ice rink that I had permission to go take measurement. I take the measurement. They're very conclusive, and they just reject it in front of their computer. And people say, "Oh, you got obliterated in the debate." Why? Because they say so. What did they do? They just click on their mouse and click. They go get link on the internet. Look, this guy did that. Hey, I did that. I went there.
Well, I remember the ice rink thing, and I fucked them up with that right off the bat because I showed them the
Zamboni,
latest and greatest Zamboni that has laser leveling technology automatically built into it. Laser leveling.
I know.
Yeah.
Well, I had an interview with the guy at the arena, of the arena, and I showed it to them. It's on my YouTube channel. The interview. It's in French, so I translated it for them. And the guy talks about the laser Zamboni. It was the first time I ever heard of the laser Zamboni, and I'm a huge hockey fan. Yeah. I've never heard of the laser Zamboni before. He told me there was only 2 in Canada at the time. He told me. Now I verified, and there's like 26 or something, maybe more now. So there's not a lot of laser Zamboni. But when I brought it up in the debate, Toon, he went to get a link, okay, and he showed the laser Zamboni, and he was talking like he already knew what it was, and he said, "Oh, you don't know. You misunderstood the guy." And I didn't misunderstand him. Like the interview is there.
It's all fucking gaslighting. And another trick they try to use is using Euclidean geometry from a third-person perspective to describe first-person perspective. That's one of the biggest tricks that they use. See, they've got this reversal fallacy is first and foremost that they have to do.
Oh, yeah.
The reversal fallacy. The bottom line is this. The burden of proof is on the positive claim. The observation remains the default until proven otherwise. Okay? So they use that. They try to use Euclidean geometry from a third-person perspective when talking about a first-person perspective view of something. And they trick you doing that too. And I'm going to show a video here that shows exactly how that works. If y'all are ready, I'll show it real quick.
And then it hit me. What's wrong with this picture? Hello, everybody. Pete Brain here. I got inspired to do a video. I've been discussing on my couple of my videos about this notion that the sun would never make it to the horizon. And I had a couple people show me diagrams, and I hadn't come up with a really good illustration to completely debunk this idea until now. So that's why I got inspired to do this video. Yeah, first of all, let me just say I don't know how high the sun is, so I'll just go with the 3,000 miles that many flat earthers use, and that's what I'm going to use for this video. This guy sent me this picture, and he's got all the maths included, and it looks good, you know. At first, I had a little tough time with it because there's a couple things true about it, right? It's showing the sun traversing over the ground, over the flat earth, and it's parallel to the ground. So it had that going for it. And it's showing that when the sun is further away from you, it angles down, just like perspective. Same as this guy, Daz, the cameraman or something is his name. He has a video out and he shows this picture. And it's the same thing. It still shows a parallel sun to the ground. And instead of moving the sun, he's moving the observer. But it's the same diagram. If you flip it upside down, it looks identical. Anyway, so it's the same notion. So I was a little bit perplexed. I was like, wait a second, you know, makes you start to doubt. But I mean, I know it's wrong, but I was like, wait a minute, it's got perspective. So I thought. And then it hit me. What's wrong with this picture? What's wrong with this picture is that they are attempting to calculate visual angles to the sun from a non-visual, non-perspective drawing. So the drawing is not taking the visual perspective of the observer into account. And that's what's wrong with this diagram. You see, you cannot calculate visual angles to convergent positions, which is where the sun is from the observer, by using non-convergent parallel lines, which is what they're doing in the diagram here. They have two parallel lines and they're drawing visual angles to it. It's true that this drawing is an accurate representation of actual relationships and positions of the observer to the sun, but it's a non-perspective side view representation. So this diagram is not accurate at all as it relates to the perspective of the observer. So if we add perspective lines, we get a completely different picture. All right, take a look at this wall of lines. Now, this wall is not an illustration. It's not a cartoon. It's a photo. It's reality, okay? This that they put up here, although it has a lot of truth, you know, in it, showing the parallel sun and all that, it's nothing but some geometry. I mean, they're showing us some angles, but it has nothing to do with perspective and how we would see the sun. So, bunk. So in this next slide here, I'm going to superimpose these lines, the perspective lines, over on top of this. Okay, here we go. All right, and as you can see, the way they're representing the sun as staying parallel to the ground is not correct. The sun would follow these perspective lines, and what they really are is spatial planes, right? They're invisible spatial planes that are around your z-axis. Now, your z-axis goes from your eyes, a straight line out from your eye in any direction. Okay, that's your z-axis. So anything parallel to that will start to converge toward that focal point or the horizon, right? In line with that z-axis. Everything does. Any lines going away from you are going to all converge. Yet this diagram that they show us, saying that these are the visual angles to the sun, have no convergence. The lines are parallel. So you look at these parallel lines and look how they converge. They completely go against this geometric drawing or these angles and these formulas. They don't work, friends. So anytime someone brings this up, bring into this video, show them this picture, and this is the reality. The photograph is a reality. That's how we see everything. So this representing the sun is going away from you parallel to the ground, and then calculating your angles to the sun based on that is wrong, and it doesn't work. Okay, and quickly notice with this line of converging parallel lines or planes, notice how the higher up they get, or the further away they get from the yellow line, which is your z-axis, Notice how they orient themselves more and more vertically and less horizontally. Also notice how all the lines converge at the same point, the vanishing point. It doesn't matter how high they are, they all go to the same place, which, interestingly enough, means that no matter how high that object is going away from you, it visually goes to the same place. Okay, here's the wall of lines again. Notice that these are true perspective lines. These are parallel lines, but from the observer, which is this little guy down here, this is what these parallel planes or parallel lines would look like. They just happen to be represented by these wooden planks, right? But that's the actual perspective. What they represent as the sun up here traveling parallel to the ground is not perspective, yet they are calculating angles based on a non-perspective drawing, right? Their maths are based on non-perspective lines, right? Two parallel lines. Well, you can't, because that's the perspective of the observer. The observer sees these lines, the converging lines. So as you can see, this is the reality, the one here where the sun travels down. The green sun's here traveling down. That's our reality. Now, here's another interesting thing. The reason, too, that their sun will never reach the horizon in their calculations is, notice this. These spatial planes, as I call them, represent height or altitude, right? Look at their sun. It's crossing height lines, right? Because each one of these lines is parallel to the ground, even though they appear to be converging, and yet they represent different altitudes. So look at their sun. It's traveling higher and higher and higher and higher and higher in the sky. Well, of course, it's not going to, this is why they think that the sun would be visible 24/7 on a flat Earth, and why the sun would never get to the horizon. They don't understand perspective. They don't get it or something. I don't know. But anyway, you can see the proper use, and this has everything to do with the observer standing down here. This is what he sees. The sun following the convergence lines and coming down. And these are both the exact same distance. And you can see the timestamps on them. So each sun is about 1,000-mile journey it's traveling. And it goes below the horizon visually and keeps going below the horizon from the observer. Like I said, this is a photograph. This is real. This is reality. They've just showed us nothing but a bunch of angles, showed a couple lines and drawing some angles. Oh, hey, fellas, nice geometry, but it's not perspective. That is definitely not the perspective of the observer, and that's what counts. Debunk 100%. Their maths don't work. Their calculations are wrong. The sun will, in fact, set on a flat Earth from the perspective of the observer.
Yep.
All right. Thanks so much.
That was 2016, and they called it Flurspective. All the globe heads did.
Yeah,
and it annoyed the crap out of me.
Zoomer Ray said, except the sun doesn't change size. Well, I'd like to ask you something about that then, Zoomer Ray. On a globe Earth, a sunset is literally you moving away from the sun. Isn't that correct? As the Earth supposedly rotates, you are moving further away from the sun as you rotate away from it. So why doesn't the sun change size? You're claiming that something going away from you should change angular size, but you say the sun doesn't because you're on a globe. Why? Why does it not change size? Are you suggesting that if something is already a certain distance and a certain size, you won't see much change in the size? That doesn't prove a globe. That just proves vision.
I bet $50. This is McToon's fake account.
Who's that?
Whoever that was, who said that?
I don't know.
Whoever that message was.
No, that's not McToon. No.
But just like
I was kidding, but
on a clear day, if you go out and look at, let's say, a commercial flight, right, and where those travel up to about 40,000 feet, let's say, right? What's that, about 7 miles? And you can see that plane go away from you, right? Probably at about, I don't know, 10, 11 miles maybe not even. But you can see the sun at 93 million miles away, right? It doesn't change size or anything. Am I getting this wrong here? I don't know.
No, not a bit.
Yeah. So, just go out on a clear day and go to somebody and be like, so you see that plane that's going away from you, at some point it's going to disappear, not too far from, its max height or whatever,
right.
But you can still see the sun there 93 million miles away. I don't know. Do you get what I'm saying there?
Do you want the globe excuse for that? It's a refracted
No, I
sun.
don't actually, because I don't. That's the problem, is that we give in to all their maths and sciences and methods and everything else, and it's like I don't want to use their stupid fucking, all their little logic, supposed logic.
You use your God-given tools.
Right, observations, like Saab
This
said
is
in
the
the
duct
beginning.
tape. This is the duct tape that holds their shit together. Refraction, gravity, refraction.
That tape is more real than gravity.
Yes.
Well, they don't realize that gravity defies the first law of thermodynamics.
When the video was playing, I looked at my phone on the link I posted. Craig McNeil, he commented. He said, "Oh, just when I'm going to bed, run, Kevin, run."
They're like children, all of them.
He's there. He's still awake. Why don't you up in and come to debate? Because
I really don't want him here. I really don't want him here. He tried to have me put in a cage.
Yeah, I understand.
Okay. I don't want him here.
He could stay in his hole.
Now, he could pay me to come here if he'd like to.
Well, there's a guy who insisted that I was for me to go on Craig's channel, and I said, "Man, they got me fired. I lost $3,000 basically all the time I didn't work before I found another job. So if you want me to go on Craig's channel, give me $3,000, okay?" Because he said, "Oh, it's for my entertainment." Well, in life, sometimes you have to pay for your entertainment.
That's right.
Like
Well, that's why I don't understand why you even fucking with him, man. What are you hoping to accomplish? You're gonna try to get him to call this job now too and get you fired?
Yeah, why even give him a space in your head?
He's as bad as a registered sex offender in that respect. Just stay the fuck away from him. He's a weird person.
That's
really fucking weird. Psychopathic, mentally deranged.
I'll tell you how much these people don't matter. Just go out on the street one day. You can take a microphone if you want to do a video. Be like, "Have you ever heard of McToon? Have you ever heard of Craig Fight the Flat Earth?" Nobody is going to say, "Have you heard of Chicago Cubby Bear?" Nobody is going to say they know any of these people, right? It's all these YouTube personalities think they're bigger. They think they're legends in their own mind, man. And it's like, if you keep entertaining all these people, then they'll just, get on your nerves and everything else. You might as well just ignore them.
Yeah.
I mean, that's your best bet.
I should. You guys are not the only one telling me that. People in real life, they tell me that, but I don't know.
All their content is based on us.
Don't feed the troll.
Yeah. Yeah,
Real simple.
You guys are right.
They're not here to have a discussion. They're here to stop the discussion.
Pretty much.
Should I also stop challenging all the Globers, like the normal Globers, not the YouTubers?
Well, if you can find any normal Globers, normal people don't join flat Earth groups and spend all day in there arguing with flat Earthers.
Yeah, that's what I was figuring out there. Lately, I'm talking to a guy named Ogert Aldrin. He says he's a lawyer, and I've been talking to him like for 4 straight days. Like he doesn't stop talking. I'm like, "You're a lawyer? What you doing here?" Today I say, "Hey, the judge called. He's wondering where you're at." Like,
all right.
What does a lawyer does in the Facebook group?
Right.
Arguing with flat earther. I don't.
Listen, I've met more fucking pilots on Facebook flat Earth groups than I've run into in an airport.
Yeah, that's
okay.
How about
here's what I think. A lot of them are people that got caught with shit on their computer that they weren't supposed to have, and as part of their deal, they have to do this. This is why they're on there all the time. The other half of them are fucking bots. They're not even real.
Makes sense.
Or Bitcoin scammers, or people that scam old people out of retirement money, and we could go on and on.
Yeah.
Well, that's kind of a scam they do, McToon and FTFE, because they take advantage of dumb people. Sometimes I say that, like, the reason why they exist is because of you guys. When I say the Globers, you guys are backing them up. It's because their fans are a bunch of morons.
Yeah.
if you morons
and
don't back,
they're really not as popular as you would think. Okay.
Yeah.
Now here's what you can do. Go over to FTFE's channel. Go over to Craig's channel. Take a look at the number of subscribers he has. And then take a look at the number of views he gets. Okay. It's less than 0.02%. It's pitiful. He's got something like 56 or 57,000 subscribers, and he can barely muster up 2,000 views on a stream.
Yeah.
Are you shitting me? I get anywhere between 1.5 to 2,500 views on any stream, and I've only got 3,000 subscribers. What kind of a ratio is that? That's pretty
About
damn
50%.
you know what fucked up that he did? You know that his mom died recently, so
she escaped.
He made a post. Okay, oh, my mom died. I love her. Nah, nah. Here's my PayPal.
Mm-hmm.
I shit you not. It was in the post. Here's my PayPal. Whoever wants to give a donation. I hope my mom is proud of me. Yeah, she's sure. She's proud of you. She died. Here's my PayPal. And I'm going to continue and insult people on the internet. Yeah, she's probably proud of you.
I tell you, yeah. I have 400 and some odd subscribers. I did a stream 6 hours ago. I got 167 views on that stream already.
About a quarter?
Yeah.
Yeah, your analytics and engagement kind of match what they should. These guys with these unrealistic sub counts and everything else. It's
These are organic numbers. They're not bot numbers on bot farms in India. Somebody sits and programs 100 cell phones to add their name to you or sit and fucking, you know, because you can look at the chat and nobody's typing. No one's talking on any of this shit either.
Are they lower than some of the flat earth channels? Sure, but ours are more genuine. That's the thing.
Yeah.
So what's happening, Zoomer? Am I saying that right? Zoomer Ray?
Yeah, Zoomer Ray. That's it.
All right, cool. Is that really your name, or is it just a nickname or something?
That was my call sign in Afghanistan.
Oh, okay. Nifty.
So I saw your video before. I was wanting to expand on what you're showing because it's something that I actually teach. I've been in the Air Force for 34 years, and navigation and procedural navigation is what I'm actually specializing in. So I like your point that you were showing that the angles were getting, smaller. Can I just start by saying, would you agree that they match perfectly the angles on a circle if you looked at the lines of latitude?
No.
If you were to steel man the globe, would they match?
A circle in which direction? Horizontally?
From the radius.
So horizontally.
If you're
not convexity, not convexity.
From the center of the circle. If you
from the center of the circle, I see everything level.
Yeah. No. I'm talking about the angles. So let's assume the North Pole's 0, and let's assume the equator is 90 degrees, which is actually where the degrees and latitude came from.
Yeah.
So if you put to a center of a circle with a radius of 6,371 kilometers, would you agree that matches reality? Because it does.
It could if there weren't so many problems with it. It perhaps could, but the reality of it is that these angles or these latitudes, like you're saying, are all observational angles to Polaris, which also indicate that it is actually much lower in the sky. And once you've reached the equatorial, or what we call the equator, that it is now too low in the sky due to perspective for you to see.
Okay, all right. So let's have a look at that's lines of latitude, and I can see your point you're trying to make. But let's have a look at.
Well, see, and the biggest thing that, like I said before, the biggest thing that really points to that is the behavior of water. Okay, water always is level. It's always level. You don't have complex bodies of water anywhere. No one can reproduce that. It all hinges on a very flawed, unscientific theory of gravity, which doesn't account for the violation of the first law of thermodynamics.
Okay, all right. Let's have a look at now lines of longitude. Okay, Let's have a look. I've got a video there. I'm not too sure if I'm able to screen share, or if you can. It's on my channel.
Yeah, you can screen share it. Yeah.
I've only
Can I
got
ask a question right quick before he goes?
I think 2 or 3
Before you
videos
get started?
on my channel, but I just put it up there for a few people.
Hey, Zoom Ray, can I ask you a question before you start? Right
Forgive
quick?
me, I haven't used StreamYard.
He
before.
muted the
If
mic.
someone actually can go to my channel and put it up, actually, it'd be easy if I do it, won't I? How do I do it?
You have to go down to present and then choose the file that you're wanting to present.
Got to remember too that what you're seeing and what it's doing in the sky are two different things.
Sorry, underneath the little video.
He's still going to talk over you.
Drop down box.
Yeah, because he's muted.
Are you still hearing us, Zoom Ray?
Zoom Ray.
Yeah,
he mutes us when he's talking.
I am.
Yeah.
Can you hear me?
Yeah. I had a question for you right quick. Do you know the actual height of the star Polaris before you actually can make a measurement? Can you give me a height? Hello, we're talking. Can you hear us?
Somebody.
Can you still hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah,
I hear you, yeah.
You hear us.
Good. Yeah, I can.
Okay. Roger asked you, do you know the height of Polaris?
If you're getting a
Do I know
measurement
the
from
height of
that,
Polaris, I can
yeah.
work it out through Stellar Abrex. I can actually work out the distance in a rough guesstimate. I've actually done that personally myself.
I got a real quick question. What was your MOS?
Sorry, forgive me. Is it the little button with the arrow to try and drop?
No, it's a little screen with a plus sign in the middle of it.
Okay, yeah, I don't have that. I'm on an iPad.
What was your MOS?
Okay.
Hey, what was your MOS?
If somebody can go to my channel anyway, it's a Zoom Ray channel.
I'm good on that.
All right, this is gonna be worthless.
Yeah,
God.
he mutes the mic when he talks, and what he does is he can't hear anybody else talk. That's what he does. He does the opposite. It's like, oh.
That's right there. There's how it all works. Right there.
Yep.
And
convergence area right here.
And the P-Brain said that once it hits that point, your measurements are invalid. The distance.
Yeah, I think he just dropped out. I don't know. Maybe he's trying to figure that thing out.
Probably hit a button on accident. I got the same setup on my end.
The thing is, you can sit there and pretend you think you see a ball all the hell you want to, but the reality of it is water doesn't lie. Okay? Water doesn't lie.
Go take a cruise.
Yep.
Yeah, and you're taking your measurements to a level plane to start with. You have to get your 90 degree. Yeah.
If you're out, say, in the body of water, no land in sight anywhere, you're, say, in the Pacific Ocean, for instance, right? That means that you're at the highest point, no matter where you're at, because you're on a sphere, right? So that means you're at the highest point. So the horizon could never appear to rise up in the distance. It would have to go down. You would have to look downward to see the horizon because it would slope away from you in every direction.
Yep.
It's that simple. I mean, if you got to be able to visualize that.
Yep. In every direction. It doesn't matter. You could turn and it would have the same slope and drop. It should be 360 degrees. People don't realize that what they're seeing in the sky, what they're seeing the sun do, from their perspective with their eyes, the eye is the problem. The sun isn't. The sun's doing physically something different than what you are optically seeing.
Well, and the thing, and when it comes right down to it, also, things in the sky do not have really anything to do with the condition of where you're standing. The only way that the sky can make the Earth a globe is with the assumption of a globe to begin with. And there again, the physical impossibilities incorporated in this ridiculous belief still stand, up to and including the violation of the first law of thermodynamics, violation of the second law of thermodynamics. None of it works. So when they claim they have a working model, it doesn't work because you have not reconciled successfully the physical impossibilities incorporated in this belief. And if you can't be demonstrated, if your answer is, well, it's too big, that's what she said. It doesn't, no. Science, demonstrable and repeatable science is what we're looking for, not fairy tales based on some whimsical mathematical equation. These things say, well, you have a mass of oxygen, you have a mass of air. The gas in the atmosphere is a mass. Well, it can only be a mass if it's physically contained, because gas molecules are not bonded to one another. It is not a contiguous mass. And the only way to get a mass of any fluid is to have it with physical containment. There is no way out of that.
And you know what? Some globers, I've been in this for 10 years almost. Okay, exactly 9 years. And I've been seeing the same globers, and we explain these things to them. And at no point within 10 years almost, they say, hey, wait a minute. That makes sense what the flat earther says. It's like they're still there. It's saying the same thing. Where's your map?
You want to know where it comes from? I can tell you exactly where it comes from and why it prevails. It's not hard. Okay? These people are programmed to believe information without thinking, based on their perception of who gave it to them. Okay?
Yeah, and
it's like I saw a post earlier about, why would anybody watch Eric Dubé? He does this and he supports Hitler and this, that, and the other. And I'm like, because I listen to the information and I run it through the logic mill. I don't give a fuck who's saying it. I'm not looking at who's saying it. Does this information make sense or not?
Yeah, that's it.
If the most notorious terrorist in the world told me, hey, look out, there's a bus about to hit you, get out of the road, I would get the fuck out of the road.
Exactly. Nice example.
I mean, I'm not going to listen to you because you're a serial killer and shit. Boom, you're dead. That's just the dumbest shit I've ever heard. So people, this is what they rely on. So this is why they do character assassination over information. They don't give information. They use character assassination.
Yeah. What's your source? The source.
Yeah.
It's so important. That's what I'm
source?
telling them. And don't care about the source. It's the information that counts. Think about it. What I'm just telling you, because the way they assassinate my character is I'm a bike messenger. They say it so much. I'm a bike messenger. But
I'm going to show you something. And this is exactly what you're saying. This is the problem. This is the problem right here. And I'll show you.
So following the sun, that video, if somebody can grab it, following the sun, chasing the sun video.
I saw it.
Put it in the private for him to play.
All right, check this out.
People talk glibly about science. What is science? People coming out of a university with a master's degree or a PhD, you take them into the field and they literally don't believe anything unless there's a peer-reviewed paper. It's the only thing they accept. And you say to them, but let's observe, let's think, let's discuss. They don't do it. It's just, is it in a peer-reviewed paper or not? That's their view of science. I think it's pathetic. Gone into universities as bright young people, they come out of them brain dead, not even knowing what science means. They think it means peer-reviewed papers, etc. No, that's academia. And if a paper is peer-reviewed, it means everybody thought the same, therefore they approved it. An unintended consequence is that when new knowledge emerges, new scientific insights, they can never, ever be peer-reviewed. So we're blocking all new advances in science that are big advances. If you look at the breakthroughs in science, almost always they don't come from the center of that profession. They come from the fringe. The finest candle makers in the world couldn't even think of electric lights. They don't come from within. They often come from outside the breaks. We're going to kill ourselves because of stupidity.
Fantastic. Yeah, see, and that's the thing. It's, where's your source? Where's this, that, or the other? And it's like, man, use reality, use logic, use demonstrable and repeatable science, not just teacher said. Teacher said a lot of shit that was bullshit. Okay. She told me I could grow up. She told me I could grow up to be president of America because I live in the United States. Well, we all know that's fucking bullshit. Those people are groomed and mastered from childhood up to be who they are. That's, you know, it's a big fucking lies, everything they tell you. You know, did you figure that out, Zoomery?
Yeah, thanks for your patience, Mark.
Is it back there? I don't see it. No, nothing back there. But yeah, that's a whole idea of, oh, well, teacher said, and it's like, well, yeah, but did you really think about what teacher said? You know, I mean, I figured out that these people were very fallible when I was very little.
Well,
you know,
honestly, I was the same before. I've never questioned what I was told at school until I became in this movement of truther, and I realized that, wait a minute, the teacher, they thought it was true what they were telling me. They weren't bad people telling me lies.
Yeah.
But was it really true? And I started thinking of everything I've learned, and a lot of things, it's just their stories.
Well, any history textbook today, American history, will tell you that on November 22nd, 1963, a lone gunman, Lee Harvey Oswald, shot John F. Kennedy from the window of a school book depository.
Yeah.
Now, everybody with a fucking brain knows that's bullshit.
Mm-hmm.
But teacher said, you see, that's where we're at. So what do you got here, Zoomery?
All righty. So what I'm showing you is basically the map of the AE, the flat Earth map. And there's 2 times of the year that you're going to track the sun around the equator.
Can I correct you on something? That is not necessarily a flat Earth map. That is merely an azimuthal equidistant map.
That is correct.
It's called, and I don't have any faith in any of the maps because I believe that they've taken a slice out of the pizza and they're hiding an entire fucking continent. The key to that is in the time zones. But go ahead.
I'm going to show you how we actually calculate longitude, and if this is how you do it. This is how you would have to do it on a flat Earth, right?
Well, it's the same way on a globe.
If I looked at Rockhampton, Rockhampton has the line of the Tropic of Capricorn go through it.
Mm-hmm.
So if I get to December 21st and I put a stick in the ground, I'm going to get a perfect shadow. Roughly at midday. It's not going to be midday because of the timings, but I'm going to get a perfect shadow, and there's no shadow showing on that stick with the sun above him. Would you agree with that?
Well, if you're right, if it's right directly overhead of you, yes.
Yep. So if I calculated that time when I'm with that stick in the ground in Rockhampton on December 21st, the summer solstice, I'm going to calculate 24 hours, and that time, it'll come back. It'll be directly over my head. Would you agree with that?
Okay. Yeah, I believe it's going to be a little bit off because it does a spiral concentrics all the way out and back in again.
You are correct. It'll be a tiny smidge off. But if I go across to Exmouth on the Western Australia, and I calculate the time that gets from Rockhampton to Exmouth, which is also on the line of Tropic of Capricorn, would you agree that I can calculate the time that takes, and I'm going to be following the sun perfectly?
Sure, I believe that's possible.
Okay, so I'm just playing the video now just so you can catch up.
What time of year is this?
December 21st.
So, okay. So you're saying that in Rockhampton that the sunrise is coming up north of east.
No, I'm doing
in
it
December 21.
It doesn't come up north of east. It actually comes up south of west. I've got a video of that showing the
that's
actual
correct.
sun setting, moving to the south.
That's another indication that
That's correct.
that this is bigger than what they're letting us know too. But go ahead.
So I can actually calculate that time, and I can get a longitude, right? And if I calculate that time taken, it should take 2 hours and 26 minutes. So I can prove that between those 2 points, and if I actually drive that, I can't drive across the center of Australia, but I can actually go and drive between, say, Newcastle and Perth.
You have an approximate distance between the two, right quick? Do you have an approximate
distance? Hang on a tick,
distance?
I'll get there. What I'm going to show you now, though, is if I looked at Los Angeles longitude,
Why don't you open that up all the way? Sorry.
Yeah. Open that whole window up a little bigger. So there you go. That's it. That's it.
How's that?
No, it did. There it goes. Hang on.
Maybe.
Give it a second. Slow RAM.
All right. So I'm going to look at Los Angeles.
I don't. It's not coming up. Hold on.
Never mind. Just click it and go back.
Just go back.
Oh, it's not showing anymore.
No, it's just. There you go.
Go ahead. Sorry.
If I make it bigger.
There you go.
How's that?
There you go. That works.
So if I look at Los Angeles, I can do the same thing on June the 21st, and I'm going to get the sun shadow over the top of Los Angeles here. And then I can time from Georgia to Los Angeles, and I'm going to get roughly the same amount of time. In actual fact, it'd be very close. So if I looked at the two distances and I go, well, I know exactly how long it takes between the sun getting from Georgia to Los Angeles and from Newcastle to Perth, and I can drive those distances, would you agree that I'd have to be driving further from Newcastle to Perth?
No, you'd go less distance than the sun did if you were on a globe.
So here's two routes that I can actually measure the longitudes, and they're about a mile apart. And they're roughly, if you looked at and stretched those lines out, they're pretty similar. And if you looked at lines of longitude between those 2 points I've selected, because it's a really good straight road, then I could say between 2,388 miles or 2,389 miles, I can drive that and I can calculate that in my car on an odometer.
Take you a couple days, but yeah, you could do it.
And I've actually done this twice. I've actually driven from Newcastle to Perth.
Yeah, I've gone from Virginia to California, so it's about the same distance.
So if I'm measuring the distance and I'm measuring the time between the sun moving, why is it not conforming to a flat Earth? Why is it conforming perfectly?
What do you mean not conforming to a flat Earth? What do you mean?
I'd like to. Can I? I've been watching this for a while, so I'd like to talk about this. What he's not. What he's not engaged.
You're a little hot, Lowry. You're a little hot.
Let me pull it back here. Is that better?
Yeah, that's better.
Yeah. So what he's talking about right now is like, and we've talked about this a lot, is and I'm just going to leave it in his corner after I say this. The sun moves faster in the outer or in the south, and then go with that presenter.
The sun does some weird stuff.
Sun moves
really
faster in the out and the south. It moves faster. It has to, at least over the A projection.
Plus he's equating the physical to optical.
Yes.
Yeah.
And that's the other problem.
And I don't think Australia is correct in its size and its time zones. Brian's logic actually went through and resized it and actually got the time zones to fit with the sun calculator that Gleason's brought up.
Time zones are relevant.
No, they're not.
Well, also,
Absolutely
you're
not.
using a diagram with the sun circling in a circle. It's the opposite.
I agree with that. It can't be in a circle.
Okay, so first off, I'm going to have to correct you. I have to correct you. The meridians were not calculated by the movement of the sun. The meridians are nothing more than degrees around the North Pole. That's all. They're nothing to do with the sun. Now, where the sun did come in is once they passed the equator in the 1800s. They were having really quite a difficult time establishing the meridians and such past the equator. One big reason is because they lost the use of the pole star. It was no longer visible. So now they had to rely on time and movement. But that became a difficult task as well, as because an accurate timekeeping device that could be used aboard a ship had not been invented yet.
That's correct.
So there was a great competition for somebody to come up with a accurate timekeeping system that could be used on a ship. And they had to rely on positions of the sun and of the moon to establish where those meridians are. Now, the problem is it has to match up with the meridians in the north, which are degrees around the North Pole. So that's right there. Not proof of a globe. It's the proof that you can't see the pole star anymore. So that's why you're using the sun and the movement of the moon.
But I don't even need to pulse mode with what I'm
Now,
showing you.
the thing is you're showing on Australia, there is something that we can actually physically measure. We can physically measure that. But however, do you see that big vast blue area there between South America and Australia? How do you do that? It's very, very difficult. Very difficult.
Yeah,
But in either case, it doesn't prove convexity of the Earth at all, not without first assuming convexity, which means we have to assume that the sun is distant, which is an assumption.
I got one question for you. Like flight times between Perth and where were you going? What was the other one?
Newcastle.
Do they vary going east to west or west to east at all?
Sorry, what does vary?
The time flights, the flight of time. Yeah, the flight.
The flight of time. I could have somebody in Perth, and I can call them. And
I'm talking about calling anybody. I'm talking about the.
We're talking about flying.
Flying a plane from one place to the other, east to west. Are they identical both ways?
No,
they're not. So which one is slower, faster?
It's always slightly slower if you're flying to Perth as opposed to coming back.
Also, on that presentation, were you using Google Maps?
Yes, I was.
Yeah. So that's just an estimated time, correct?
It's not a time. It's a distance that you
Or
can.
Either way, that's estimated as well, right?
The distance or the time? The time is an estimate, but the distance normally is pretty spot on.
How do you know that?
I've driven it.
So
I've driven
and you measured it the whole way?
How does this prove convexity of the Earth?
So I've just shown you. Basically, if you say the sun circles 24 hours a day, and you can find out the distance between something where the sun's directly over your head, I can prove to you that flat Earth in the AE form is not correct.
Yeah, but see, you know what you can't do, regardless of what your maps show, and we already know that the maps are fraudulent because they're hiding land.
The maps aren't fraudulent.
Yes, they are very fraudulent. They are very
fraudulent.
fraudulent. Oh no, they are very fraudulent. There are no accurate maps, and and also guess what? Nobody ever uses a world map for navigation.
Always local.
For reference.
No, they don't. You know they don't.
You
know they don't.
No, they don't.
Did you say you're a military pilot?
I'm not a pilot. No, I'm an air traffic controller.
Were you in the military?
Yes.
What was your MOS?
I'm still in the military.
So what's your MOS?
I'm an air traffic controller. I just said to you, we don't have MOS.
You know your MOS. There's a number.
He's not in the U.S. Army, I don't believe.
The U.S. has MOS.
I told you.
I'm very familiar with MOS. I've worked with them.
Gotcha.
So I want to go back to my question: is why do the flight times deviate between east to west and west to east?
Because there's roaring 40s that create a lot of wind going from the west.
Okay.
It's always
so it has nothing to do with Earth rotation at all, right?
Well, what causes Coriolis?
There is no Coriolis.
There is no Coriolis.
Doesn't exist. Hate to tell you.
All right, I'm not going down that path because we'll just.
I want to get down back to the meat of this. Okay, so based on your assumptions of what the sun is doing, this is all based on your assumption of a globe. This is without any observable convexity. You assume that it's a globe and therefore apply it to the movements of the sun. It doesn't prove
let's
convexity.
just clarify something.
And they use the eye to model it.
I am using a time between the sun traveling in 24 hours around a position, and I can model this whether I have a map or not. I can tell you what my latitude is, and I can tell you what my longitude is. Very simply, on December the 21st, following the line between the Tropic of Capricorn across to the west of Australia.
Well, congratulations. You have figured out the movement of the sun. Now, can you tell me how the sun has anything to do with the condition of where you're viewing it from, especially when the assumption of a globe incorporates physical impossibilities such as the convexity of large substantial bodies of water?
Because I'm just about to show you that if I drive that distance, which I have, and I get that distance, it equates to the same line as the Tropic of Cancer.
So what?
That's not impossible on a flat Earth.
Well,
Chasing the sun.
Chasing the sun is possible on a flat Earth, yes.
Yeah,
In fact, I have a video of an aircraft doing just that.
Oh, yeah, we do.
And you know what? There's no curvature in the horizon. There's no convexity anywhere to be seen.
Yeah.
You see,
The whole
because
time he's following, it's going right.
regardless of what you
Can you
think
see that?
yes.
Yeah, Australia's the wrong size. That's what
You
I'm
know
trying-
what? You know what? You got some fucked up shit there, which also indicates that they're hiding land.
You're not following the curvature. You're not following the curvature either. So
No.
that doesn't happen. He's muting the mic again.
Yeah, D-Man. What was Terry Eicher's channel name again? I can't remember it.
Flat Out Truth.
Flat Out
thank you.
Truth.
Flat out truth.
Yeah, plus you're not following the shape when you fly over it, or when you travel over the water. Your pitch data basically you can take is not doing physically. It's physical impossibility.
Water doesn't convex like that. It doesn't adhere to something and assume its shape. It doesn't do that.
Hey, I have a question for the Glober. Okay,
All right,
about
wait, I was in the middle of still talking.
Okay, sorry.
So there's not a single demonstration anywhere that can show that water will ever do this. And so regardless of what you think on the assumption of a globe or based on some misinterpretation of a long distance observation, the physics of water still indicate that the globe Earth is impossible. Now you can scream gravity, but then we're going to have to get into the violation of the first law of thermodynamics imposed by gravity.
So we want to change topics. We want to run.
No, I don't want to change topics. It's all connected.
Well, what I'm trying to show you is very simple celestial navigation. You cannot.
Okay,
get
then the
any
maps,
easier than this.
then what you have figured out is that the maps are somehow incorrect.
The map is totally
Okay.
incorrect. It's a
Well,
projection of
I
the
knew
globe.
that already. Does that mean that the Earth
So you
is
don't have a
convex
map you can
ball?
show me.
Does that mean that water bends?
It's got nothing to do with water.
Well, it has everything to do with
It has everything to do with the shape you're on.
Water is level at all
Water
times.
has to bend. Water has to bend.
You're claiming, hold on, you're claiming that that something in the sky tells you that the Earth is a ball, even though that's not physically possible. Now, would I check and see if my floor was level or not by looking at the light bulbs in my ceiling? Would that make any sense?
What I am showing you is celestial navigation. I am showing you a distance between 2 points being longer at the line of Tropic of Capricorn as opposed to the line of Cancer.
Yep,
The only place that is bigger than that is the equator.
A lot of places that no, not really. The Tropic of Capricorn is actually bigger than the equator.
But it's not. I've just shown you that it's
Yeah,
not.
it is.
See, that's the problem is he's wrapping it around another shape.
You're assuming a ball, and it's not.
No,
Let me
I'm
ask
not
you a
assuming
question.
ball.
Does
I
the
am
music
falsifying
does
flat
the
Earth.
music speed up toward the outside edge of a record as opposed to the inside of it?
Does the
No,
time take
it
the
all
same?
seems to go the same speed, doesn't it? However, we do know that the outside edge of the record going around the turntable is traveling much faster than the middle, isn't it? But the music all stays the same at 33
Time take the same amount of time.
RPMs. Does that mean now that the record is a ball? No.
Does the time take the same amount of time to get across?
Well, it has to because it's going a
It
further
has to.
distance. It's going a much
So it
further
has to go
distance.
faster.
Yes.
You just said two more things.
It's like the ring gear on a car.
Yes.
It's like the ring
Yes.
gear on a car.
Yes, but it's still
Yeah,
going that same distance around every time, and the further it gets away from center, the faster it goes in order to make those rounds.
And yet the sun doesn't go any faster.
It does.
It actually
It
does.
doesn't.
It
You
does.
measure
It has
15 degrees
to.
per
It
hour.
has to.
It has
It
to.
has to. You know why? Because it's going around a level plane.
Yeah, it's like
15 degrees per hour. Do you agree?
Yep, 15 degrees per
Have
hour.
you- has-
15
ha-
degrees is not a speed. It's a measurement. It's not a speed.
Correct.
Yeah, it's marked on Greenwich Mean Time. That's where you get your hour mark from, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so that's it gets wider as it goes out. Yes, the sun is traveling a greater distance in shorter period of time. That means it's actually going faster, dude. It's just that simple. Don't complicate it anymore.
I don't even have to show you the speed. I can just show you the time, which is exactly what I just did.
It's still not going to make convex water possible.
It's not going to change it, dude.
Yeah, you're also going from the top to the bottom, not going upside down. Neither are you. Neither is the sun going below your head and having it go above you in the south. It doesn't happen.
And I got Terry Aker's channel. I can't find Chasing the Sun on there. I think he pulled it off of it. I couldn't see it. It's in the back chat. If you want to look through the channel, see if you can find it. I couldn't find it.
Physical impossibilities throw all this right out the window. You'd never fly from the top to the bottom and go upside down. You could take the world's biggest ship tour. The ship will never be upside down. I hate to tell you.
Yeah, that's the physics and actual science. Okay, disprove the globe.
Your vestibular system will never lie.
This demonstrable and repeatable physics and science.
I've just falsified flat Earth, and you don't even.
You didn't falsify
anything, dude. And there's a 480-mile radius from the center of the north that they don't even account in today's maps. That Mercator put in his map at the beginning. The whole point is that there's so much off with your so-called radius. It's so ajar. You can't really use that as time.
Mm-hmm.
There's so much missing land in your globe model. That's
You know what,
actually
Roger?
accounted for before this.
There's also missing time zone.
Yeah,
Time zone is irrelevant.
The time zone
irrelevant?
between Alaska and Russia. There's a huge chunk missing. What, 3 hours or something?
Yeah,
There's
I think it's 5.
Time zone
5
is
hours.
irrelevant.
No, it's not.
It is. I can have somebody. In
You
one
just
place, and I can
just
time that
use time as your.
You were using time in your own experiment.
No, you're saying time zones. I can calculate a stopwatch. I can have somebody in Los Angeles, and I can say the sun is directly over my head, and then I can measure to Georgia, and I can say
You can
stop the
measure?
clock,
How do
and
you
I can
measure? How
get
do you
exactly
measure?
how long that takes?
How do you measure? How do you measure to Georgia?
You estimate.
Did you hear what
It's a guesstimate.
Yes, it is. And do you know how fast the sun's actually traveling to start with, or actually its height? You got to factor all these into your measurement.
This is why using the sky. This is why using the sky to
celestial navigation. Yes.
Well, yeah. So what? It tells you where a position is. That's another problem with your globe too, because celestial navigation would not be possible on a whirly water ball that is going 500 million miles along with the sun, rotating and twisting and turning and corkscrewing through the universe. You wouldn't have stellar navigation but we don't see any stellar parallax between stars ever. It's never witnessed. They're always fixed in the sky. That is why we can use celestial navigation. But once again, the lights in the ceiling do not indicate the condition of your floor.
Let me ask this: When have you been upside down? When was the last time you were upside down?
Irrelevant.
Well, I'm asking you: Are you upside down right now? Are you upside down right now?
What I'm showing you is correct or not?
It's relevant. Are you standing upside down right now?
Irrelevant.
It is
see you later.
It's not
see you, buddy.
Why can't you answer a question, even if why can't you answer that question?
I'm waiting for you to answer my questions, which you haven't done.
Well, wait a second.
You're a guest.
Do you agree or disagree that water cannot convex around an object?
Of course it can.
It can. Do you have any demonstrable scientific proof of this claim? Without begging the question.
Well, how do I show that when something's overriding the force that's actually going to?
What force? What force are you talking about?
Still man the globe.
Wait a second. What force are you talking about?
Gravity.
Is that what you mean? Gravity?
Correct.
What is gravity?
Mass attracting mass in the simplest
Why?
way.
Why does mass attract mass?
Why does something accelerate?
Why does mass attract mass? What's the mechanism? It's a force. So a force requires energy. Where does the mass? Where does the mass get the energy to produce a gravitational force? Where does that come from?
You want to run away from the topic.
I'm not running
away from
anything.
questions, champ.
You're actually suggesting an impossibility that is scientifically and physically impossible.
Why?
A globe Earth.
Why?
I just
Once again,
why
are
is it scientifically impossible?
Okay.
Once again,
well,
are you upside down?
For one, you're not antipodal to me right now. Okay. But most of all, the physics of water. Okay. The physics of water. It doesn't convex around an object. It does not stick to an object and assume its shape. Things do not draw one another together merely by volition of their existence without any kind of an energy source to create that force with. It doesn't happen. You cannot have a gas pressure system such as we have, a dynamic gas pressure system, without physical containment, because it is impossible to get a specific volume of gases without physical containment. It's that simple.
What causes things to accelerate when they fall down?
What do you mean? What causes them to accelerate when they fall down? In what medium?
It's heavier than the medium.
Oh, in the air? Okay. It's real simple. If I drop this right here, right now, let me just show you real quick. We're going to bring this up so you
have him stop sharing. Yeah, there you go.
All right. So you see this right here? There is an empty spot where this box is at. And it's an empty spot that is exactly the same size and shape of this box. And it's there because this box is displacing the medium. The medium desperately wants to be where the box is, but the box desperately doesn't want the medium to be where it is, because two things cannot occupy the same place at the same time. Now, something interesting happens because the density ratio between this box and the medium in which we're immersed is much more. So this box will displace the medium. And
what's the medium?
Air.
Air.
Yep.
Okay. So when this box that cannot be supported by the medium, which is actually much denser than the medium in which it's in, according to the laws of buoyancy and density, it goes downward. Now, here's what's really cool. What happens? What happened to the hole where the box was just at? What happened to the hole?
It gets filled.
It got filled up with air. And where did it get filled up with air at? From the top, right? And as it fills in, it pushes the object even faster. And the effect continues until it reaches a point where the medium viscosity is actually going to slow the object down, and it's not going to go any faster. Now,
So
an
things
interesting
float
thing,
in
and
a,
if you can find
vacuum
it
chamber,
for me,
do
D-Man, if you can
Okay,
find
you're in the
it,
vacuum chamber.
the thing with Felix Baumgartner, when he jumped out of the edge of space and did his little parachute jump.
That
and
was
everything.
that was from Globebusters.
Yeah. So this guy, with his accelerometer that he had on, he was fucking flying. He was moving, carrying the mail, going faster and bat out of hell. And as he got lower in altitude, you know what happened?
He slowed down.
He slowed down.
In free fall.
It became more dense. Now, here's the cool thing. If I jump off of a house, I'm going to go down and hit the ground, right? But if I jump off the house into a lake, what happens? I stop going down, and I'm literally floating, flying above the surface of the earth in another medium, which is much denser in ratio to me than the air in which I reside. It's that simple. The medium dictates the weight of the object. Weight is nothing more than a quantification of the relative density of an object within a given medium. If I increase the density of the medium or decrease the density of the medium, I change the overall weight of the object. Things in a vacuum chamber will become heavier when the medium is reduced.
So what causes the acceleration?
I just told you.
You said air is pressing down.
I just told you what filled in the hole.
What filled the hole?
Do you know what drafting is? Do you know what drafting is?
What filled in the hole in the vacuum chamber?
Drafting on a bicycle?
Hold on, the medium that was still present.
There is no medium in a
Yes,
vacuum.
there
There is
is.
no
because
perfect
There's
vacuum
no such thing as a true vacuum. All you
So
have
it
is a
should be
very
slow
low.
when it falls.
All
Is that
you
correct?
have is a very low pressure system.
Yeah.
So it should be falling slower. Is that right?
No, why would it fall slower?
Because there's nothing to push it down. That's what
There
you
is
just said.
something to push it down, but there's less resistance as it's going down.
So what was pushing it down? What's making it accelerate?
It's weight.
The filling in with the medium of where the object was just at. You don't have a true vacuum. All you have is a very low pressure system.
So
True
we're in a
don't
normal
exist.
atmosphere.
Yeah.
The air pressure is denser, correct?
Well, at the lower extremities, yeah. At the lower elevations, it's denser. Yes, obviously. That's the source. That's the source of the gases. Where do you think you're going to see the most Ford pickup trucks? Are they going to be at the back door of the assembly line at the Ford plant or out on the freeway? You're going to see the highest concentration at the source of production, aren't you? But they're going to dissipate themselves out into traffic as people buy them and drive them. Same amount of fucking trucks. They're just dispersed more because of
So
the
do things
area.
weigh more or less at the equator as opposed to further
But that
latitude?
doesn't matter at the equator. It doesn't matter. What's going to matter, whether you weigh more or less, is your ratio of density to the given medium in which you reside. That's all.
So you're just ignoring a thing that's been known for hundreds of years. That
A
things actually
thing that's
weigh
been
more
known.
at
Can
the
you
equator.
Can you prove
No.
that?
Yeah,
What?
you should do a freaky blinder right quick. Sorry.
Let me just ask
It's
you
not
real
any.
quick,
It's
Boomerang.
not
Can you
provable. It's
actually?
evidence that you can predict.
What proof of gravity do you have?
Things are falling down and accelerating.
Not everything falls down, and I just explained why they accelerate. Can you modulate or isolate this mysterious force you call gravity? I noticed you wanted to use the vacuum chamber, which is really odd because the one thing you did modulate and use as the independent variable in your vacuum chamber was the medium, not gravity.
You turn the gravity up while you turn the vacuum chamber on.
So how have you ever isolated and modulated gravity as the independent variable in order to determine it as the cause of the observed effect?
By latitude, I just told you.
That's not proving gravity or anything else. That's your
It's
assumption.
varying, it's predicting, and it's giving you what
Science is not about predicting. That's astrology. Science is about finding out the cause of natural phenomenon. Okay?
Science is about predictions of what you.
Science is not
as an
about
experiment.
prediction. This is why you idiots think that astronomy is science. It's not science.
You can make a
Astronomy is
prediction.
not science.
So you're saying things don't weigh more?
No, they don't, dude.
As opposed to.
Do you have proof of things weighing more at the equator, and why would they?
It's easily.
Why would they weigh more when you have more centrifugal force at the higher area of rotation?
Hey, I have to leave the stream. Okay, so see you guys later.
Good to see you, man.
Bye,
See you,
bye.
Kev.
So Critical Think did this experiment when he was in Antarctica, right? And we put it to him this way. He did not calibrate his scales at all. He did not do any of that. He used just the predicted weights, and he basically got the same thing with a non-calibrated scale and an altitude. Okay. Altitude has everything to do with the medium you're around. Like
altitude definitely can have an effect.
The weight of what is falling doesn't change. The medium, the density of the medium does.
Relative density disequilibrium.
So
That's basically what
let me just go out on a limb, and we'll assume that what you say about things at the equator is true. Okay. Can you prove that gravity is responsible for that?
Can you prove that gravity is responsible? It's
Yes.
what you are going to produce. Like, what else is going to make something fall down?
Well, that's not science. What else could it be but this force that I made up and can't prove? That's
It's a
that's
force.
not
It
science.
has to be a force. It's
It
accelerating.
has to be a force.
Correct. So what's your force?
Is displacement a force?
Displacement of force.
Is displacement a force?
No.
Keeping in mind that a physical object cannot move without a force being applied. So is displacement of a medium considered a force?
I don't really understand what you're trying to ask.
All right. Is there?
Displacement's not a
There's all right. For instance, right now, there's no air in the spot where I sit. There's no air in the spot where I sit. In fact, there's a hole exactly the same shape as me that I'm filling. So what happened to the air that was once where I sit?
Gotta love dogs.
Where are you based, Sumaray?
I'm in just east of Melbourne.
Wait, did I miss the answer?
No.
What
Are you in sales?
What force moved the air from where I'm at?
You moving.
It's displacement. Do you know what displacement means? To move from one place to another. Things cannot move without a force being applied. So therefore, yes, you're applying a force.
I'm moving the air.
Yes, by applying a force.
When you're driving down the highway, you're displacing.
So how
when
is
you're
that a
flying, you're displacing. When you're falling, you're displacing. When you're jumping, you're displacing.
It's easier to think of it this way. Either the object will displace the medium or the medium will displace the object. Now, what happens when the medium displaces the object? For instance, an iron anvil in a tub of mercury, it floats. That means the medium displaced the object rather than the object displacing the medium. You see, where's gravity at now? With an iron
displacement
anvil
is not a force.
floating, huh?
Displacement is not a
If
force.
not, then what moved the air away from where I'm at? What causes the water to not be where I'm at? What causes any medium to not be where I'm at?
Force. I'm moving
Force,
the air.
right. Okay, so what was that force?
Me moving my hand.
You're displacing the medium. Yep, you
How does it get
displaced the medium. Awesome.
How does it get there?
You lifted it.
That's a force.
Yes, you lifted it. You gave it now potential energy to return to a more equal state of equilibrium, which it can't achieve because you're in an air medium. What is that anyway?
It's my mouse.
Okay. So what would happen now if you change the medium to mercury?
It's denser.
What happens to the mouse if I put it in mercury?
It'll float on the
In a
top.
vacuum chamber, if I drop something, it's going to be the same acceleration, and I can measure it.
Well, from how high?
Depends on how much your air resistance is going to be involved. Without a vacuum.
And do you have a true vacuum?
How high?
Do you have a true vacuum anywhere?
Do I personally have a true vacuum?
Is there any such thing as a true vacuum?
No.
Okay. So then that means there's still something in there, doesn't it?
Can you remove most of the air out?
You can remove a lot of it out. But
Cool.
what's that mean?
What
Does that mean though? Is there still air in there? And let me ask you something. Why do you have to remove the air? Tell me an environment in nature where something is not subject to a fluid medium.
What difference does it make?
It makes all the difference because
difference
it's
in
the
the world.
it's the object's relationship to the fluid medium that's going to determine its position.
So we'll go to a feather and a steel ball.
Oh, back to that
if
one.
I drop that in a vacuum, what happens?
Depends on how high. Depends on how high.
Can I measure the acceleration? I've done this with a
Sure.
golf ball.
Sure, you can. Absolutely.
I've literally done this with a golf ball.
So what was the cause of that effect?
Me picking up the golf ball and dropping it.
Right. What was the cause of the effect?
Less density.
Was the medium in which did you increase? What did you modulate? Did you modulate gravity? Did you modulate the object? Or did you modulate the medium?
Yep.
Can I measure
Did
acceleration?
you
A question with a question.
modulate- Just answer the question. What did you modulate by using a vacuum chamber?
I've taken the air out, which you said was
What did you? So you modulated the medium. So the independent variable is the medium. So if I go the other way and increase the density
why
of the
is it still
medium,
following the
that's
same
how we're
thing?
using it as an independent variable. If I increase the density of the medium, does that going to change the observed effect?
Why does it fall at the same rate?
Yes, it will. The answer is
Why?
yes, it will, because
Why?
it's
You
all
just said
about
to me it's a downward force.
There's no force.
Oh,
Here we
fuck's
go.
sake. You're talking
What are you
about something
talking
that's
about?
dropping
Force.
and accelerating.
Wait a second.
How
What
do you
happened
make
to
something
that?
accelerate?
Wait, what happened to the force when I put it
How
in the
do you
mercury?
make something accelerate?
You let the medium fill in behind it.
It needs
Creates a void.
force.
Yeah.
You need
It's like
a
drafting.
force.
Have you ever been driving down there? And if you have never done this, give
That's
it a
air
shot.
resistance. You're
If you
removing the
want
air
to save
resistance.
gas when you're driving down the road, if
You're
you get
removing
up
the air
behind a
resistance.
semi, if you get up behind a semi truck and get close enough to the back end of it, it'll start pulling you, and you can save a lot of gas that way. It's called drafting. NASCAR drivers do it all the time. Why does this occur? Oh, that's right, because
You're
the
removing the
medium
air
is filling
resistance.
in behind the object as it moves through the medium.
Okay, so tell me why it's different in a vacuum.
You modulated the medium. It's less dense, even more less dense in ratio to the object than it was before. You modulated the medium. Now, in order to prove gravity, you would have to isolate gravity and modulate that in order to determine it to be the cause of the observed effect.
And you can't isolate gravity. You can't modulate it.
Because it doesn't exist.
I got a question for you, Zoom Ray. Can I ask you a question right quick? Do things weigh less in a vacuum or more in a vacuum?
They're the same.
No, they don't. They actually change.
No,
You can do it yourself.
things weigh more in a vacuum.
You fall faster. There's less wind. There's less resistance because you're falling through a thinner medium. It's that simple.
If you have a scales, you put scales on your table and you press down, you're using a force, are you not? And you're changing the scales weight by a force. How is that different now with the air being displaced when you're in a vacuum? As
It's not. You're applying a completely different force to it outside of displacement.
It's not free fall.
Show me your document. I'm not a physics expert, by the way. I'm an aviation navigation expert. Show me a paper that shows that things weigh more or less in a vacuum.
You're a pilot. We should be talking about the
Did you say more?
gyroscope. Why are we not talking about the gyroscope? You're a pilot. I didn't know this.
Way more in a vacuum. And then
I've got a video here that proves that things in a vacuum do indeed weigh more than they do before the medium is reduced. What's that mean? I just got done saying that the weight is just a quantification of the relative density of an object within the given medium. I removed more of the buoyancy factor by reducing the medium, but it's still in ratio heavier than the medium. It's denser, and so therefore it's going to find its rightful place in nature, which everything wants to sort out. Now, I'm looking for, let me see, I actually was looking for another thing.
That chasing the sun one would be good too for the earlier thing.
Is this it right here? The balloon test? Let's double check.
Did anybody find Chasing the Sun? Because I couldn't find it.
Here we go. Now, just to show you that this vector is not necessarily due to what you say is gravity, but more towards where the denser and less denser area of the medium is. This is a really neat experiment that they did. And pay attention to this. What we have here is, you see, he's got a helium balloon here that's tied to the floor in this van. And he's got a regular air-filled balloon that's hanging from the ceiling. Okay. The air balloon, of course, wants to drop down, and the helium balloon wants to go up, right? But watch what happens.
We have a balloon that's floating, a balloon that's just hanging in the air. And we're going to see if there's any difference. And like, what do you think? Will there be a difference?
I don't know. I think that maybe this one will be a little bit more grounded. Or because I don't know. That's just my hypothesis.
Let's try it. So Sarah, go ahead and punch it. All right. Emergency stop. Yeah. Did you see what we did? Right. When we accelerated, we got pushed backwards essentially, but the balloon went forward.
It did. It went forward.
What's going on?
I don't know. Is it just because of the weight of what's inside the gas?
You're on the right track.
Okay.
This van is filled with gas. It's filled with air.
Yeah.
Sarah, go ahead and punch it again. Goes forward. Emergency stop. Quick. Goes back.
Wow.
Okay. The air inside of the van is actually at rest. When she accelerates, more air gets back here, and up front where they are, there's a little bit less air.
And is that why
It's
the
a little bit
balloon
less
is
dense.
drawn that way?
Yeah. Helium balloons float upwards into the upper atmosphere because it's less dense higher that you go.
Huh.
Okay, so it's trying to find a place where the density of the air is equal to its density.
And
Which
it
is,
can do that quickly.
yeah. Do it again, Sarah. One more time. And then stop. Oh, but it's just so
As
cool.
I'm thrown forward,
As
the
you're
balloon's
thrown
coming back
the
at
balloon
me.
goes back. So we're going to actually try going through a loop-de-loop up here. See what happens when we go in a circle with our balloon.
Okay.
So look, take us around this loop pretty quick. We're going to make a left-hand turn fast.
And they go in opposite
Opposite
directions.
And the line connecting them almost even looks the same.
It does.
All right, punch it. Goes forward and give a stop. And it goes back. Good thing you were in the seatbelt.
Yeah, and you can hear my emergency pull
So
in there.
So you see, it's looking for the area of relative density to the medium. So it wasn't necessarily in an upward or downward direction. You saw it go to the sides and frontward and backwards based on the temporary displacement of the medium within the van itself. When it accelerated, it became slightly more dense in the back area of the van than it did at the front. The helium balloon wanted to go towards the less dense area, something that matches itself relatively. Whereas everything else that was heavier than air did the exact opposite of it. So it has nothing to do with mass attracting mass or anything else like that. It has to do with the place, the thing's rightful position within the medium. Now, does that mean that it finds equilibrium? No, it doesn't, because within the air medium, something that rests on the ground is still in disequilibrium with the medium. If you lift it up to drop it, well, you've just taken it to a higher state of disequilibrium, and you gave it the energy to return to its rightful place merely by lifting it. You gave it that in the form of your kinetic energy, held it there. It now has potential energy. You let loose of it, and it tries to find its rightful place within the medium. It's that simple. Nothing complex about it, because when you got this mass attracting mass, well, see, now we got a problem, because they're saying that something is creating a force merely by the volition of its existence. Well, in a way it does through the act of displacement, but as far as having any kind of an attractive force, there's nothing for that. And there would have to be some kind of an energy flow, an energy transfer that we could track that would tell us where's the mass getting the energy to pull things toward it. It's in direct violation and the opposite of what objects really do. They displace things. They don't draw things to them. Now that's demonstrable, repeatable physics.
And to be fair, Saab, just
Sorry,
on
I
this
thought you were going
topic-
to show me something that says that they weigh more in a vacuum as well.
Oh yeah, I'll pull that up. Hang on.
Just to be fair, there are positions in nature where things do attract you. There's an electrostatic effect. It's very minor. It's small. It doesn't do nearly what the gravitational force is supposed to do. It just doesn't do it, but it is there. There is a notion of something that attracts something, but like density and buoyancy generally will take care of
Larry
most
talking?
of the issues. Sorry.
What'd you say, Zoomer?
Is Lowry talking? I just saw him.
Yeah.
Can you hear me?
I didn't hear him. Sorry.
Yeah. No, I was just. Can you hear me now?
I'm going to have to get going soon too.
Can you hear me now?
I don't think he can hear you.
I hear you.
I can
hear you.
sign it.
You can't hear anybody.
Okay, so well, anyway, just for the record, there is a small electrostatic force that exists that does attract. It's not nearly the force that gravity is allegedly supposed to do, and I think density and buoyancy more than settles it. And there's a debate out there about an electrostatic force of what is the downward bias in this place that we live. We're working on it.
Coulomb's formula.
What's that?
Coulomb's formula.
Column,
Yeah,
yeah.
there you go.
Yeah, that's pretty much it on that one. Yeah.
Well, why do you think George Musser said gravity isn't a force, but we can think of it as a force?
Because he made it up. It's mysticism.
Yeah, it was made up by Foucault for the most part. What was that other fucker's name? Oh, Newton. Sorry.
Hey, real quick, Zoomer, I have an iPad too. I've had the same issues as you. You got to drop down and come back up. It's for whatever reason something happened with the OS. So if you drop down and come back up, it should work again.
So this is a video from a channel on YouTube called Action Lab. It's pretty cool. If you've never heard of it, go there and check it out. They do all kinds of really cool experiments with vacuum chambers and things like that. It's pretty cool. Anyways, this shows us the question posed was, do you weigh more or less in a vacuum chamber?
Hey everyone, today I'm going to be showing you how you weigh more in a vacuum. And I'd like to thank Morning Brew for sponsoring this video. I'll tell you a little bit more about them later on in the video. So I have a plastic bottle with air in it. Right now, if I weigh this on the scale, I'm actually only weighing the plastic bottle because I have air inside the bottle and outside the bottle. But if I remove the air from around it, then I'm weighing a different thing. I'm actually weighing the plastic bottle itself and I'm weighing the air inside of it. So let me show you what I mean. I'm going to put this empty bottle on a scale in the vacuum chamber and you'll see that when I remove the air from around it, it suddenly starts to get heavier. Okay, let's put our empty bottle on here. So right now it weighs 11.434 grams. Let's turn on the vacuum. And it immediately starts gaining weight. It's already gained 0.3 grams. And I should mention that we're using grams here. This is a measure of mass, but when you use it for a scale, you're actually measuring a force, not mass. And it's called gram force, abbreviated GF. Well, it's at 12 grams already now. So it's gained almost 0.6 grams, over a half a gram of weight, just by removing the air around it. Now, this effect doesn't just happen for air in a bottle, but it happens for anything, including you. For example, I have this guy here standing on my scale. So he's starting off at 19.81 grams. As soon as I turn on the vacuum, though, he starts to gain weight. He's already gained around 0.02 grams already, 20 milligrams. 19.84. So he weighed around 0.15% more just by being in the vacuum chamber. Before we continue with our experiment, let me tell you about our sponsor today, Morning Brew. Sometimes when I'm scrolling through my phone after traditional news stories are typically dream, but Morning Brew, for example, I was investing, explaining the current information in that short amount of time. So there's no reason not to subscribe, as it's completely subscribed to the around you actually has some buoyancy to it. So buoyancy is the force up that you feel in a fluid. And that force up is equal to the weight of the amount of fluid that you displace. Yep. Now, normally we don't notice the weight of air because we're in the air. For example, if I had this bottle here and put it in water, you'll notice that it floats. That's because there's air in the bottle. But if I put water in the bottle and then put it in water, so it has a little bit of weight, which is the bottle. Now it sinks. So you can see the outside of the water on this hanging scale here. It weighs over 250 grams, so it maxes out the scale. But then when I put it in the water, suddenly it's not heavy anymore. So it weighs essentially nothing on the scale. It does have a little bit of weight to it, and that's the weight of the plastic bottle. If you imagine the air as water, you can see that the plastic bottle had air inside and outside of it, so we can't measure the weight of that air because we're in the air. But as soon as you remove the air from it, then suddenly you can measure the weight of that air. So it makes it as though the bottle weighs more with the air in it. This is the same reason.
So the problem too with measuring it in that, because that weight is going to keep increasing the stronger you make the vacuum. So how do you actually get a true weight of the air itself? There again, because there's no such thing as an actual true vacuum. Like this little vacuum chamber here, now put it in the Glen Allen Research Facilities vacuum chamber that they've got. It's the biggest one in the world. You're going to get a different reading altogether. You really are. But in any way.
So
balloons in a vacuum chamber and then reduce the air pressure so there's not as much air around them, eventually the balloons will fall, even though they're filled with helium. Because even helium is heavier than a vacuum. That one fell.
Actually, the balloon is what fell.
Hey everyone, thanks for watching another episode of
The balloon is what fell. It wasn't the helium itself, because if you were to release the helium from the physical containment necessary to have it, it would disperse and fill the chamber.
Now, Saab, let me ask you something. What would happen if they heated up the gas or cooled it down?
When you heat up the gas, it'll expand and you'll get more pressure. If you cool it down, it'll become less pressure. It'll contract. It'll actually, what it is that the molecules of the gas move much faster when heated and then slow way down when they get cool. In fact, I just had to fill up my tire this morning because it got cold.
Yep.
And it's that damn right rear. It's that damn right rear that I had plugged again.
And what will happen to the weight, do you reckon, Jerry? Also,
what will happen to what?
The weight.
Like the distribution, are you saying?
Yeah, because it's heating up. The question.
Well, there again, the weight's going to change. I mean, the weight is going to be dependent on the medium.
I got something to add to that. When the tires are cold in the morning, the pressure is naturally lower. As the tire heats up, the pressure comes up.
Yeah. It does.
So they didn't lose air in that process. You just lost the motion in the molecules.
Yeah.
And D-Man, I see you found it. I forgot Flat Earth Library had it.
I found the link, Saab. It's in the private chat for Chasing the Sun.
Oh, okay.
Hey, Zoomer, I was going to say, if you can hear me now, it's like there's nothing wrong with all of your logic leading up.
Is this link for me? I've actually got to head off in a couple of minutes.
He still can't hear me, can he?
No.
Okay.
He might.
Oh, you can. Okay, I was going to say, like all of your logic.
I'm going to head off. Thanks for having me, guys. And,
no, you're not going to hear this,
nice
are you?
Respectful chat. Cheers.
Okay, cheers.
All right, buddy. See you later, Zoomer.
He might be having, so he's on an iPad too. It's
Okay.
the same issues I've been having. For whatever reason, when they updated the new OS, like if you put up a video, and this, as far as I know, it's only on iPad, but it's when you put up a video or someone who comes on, another guest comes on or goes off, it like mutes one person, or it mutes the video, or mutes the host. It's so weird. I don't get it. But anyway, that was probably the same issue that he was having.
Yeah. I was just going to say, Saab, just for his, but maybe if he goes back and watches this, is like all of the logic and all of the things that a lot of people that come on here and talk all this stuff, it's valid up to a certain level. It's when it gets into the mysticism of gravity is when everything falls apart. You know.
Well, yeah,
I think we're kind of on that same page, right?
Yeah, I want to. You got to. It's got to be some energy transfer going on if you're going to have your gravity. Okay. Yeah. Energy cannot be created or destroyed. It can only be transferred or transformed. Okay, that's all. So this means that if a mass is actually creating a gravitational force, all force requires energy. A force is required to move any physical object. Where does the mass get the energy? And why does it never run out? It's like that bullshit about, the sun never changes size. Well, on a globe, you're moving away from the sun too. Why doesn't it change size for that? Well, if it's big enough and far enough away. Exactly.
Add some zeros to the big zero sandwich.
There it is. There you just answered your own fucking question right there.
Hey, Stop, can I get a side of Coriolis with my gravity?
Yeah, right. Refractive Gravelax to go with that. Would you like to try our refractive Gravelax fries? Jesus Christ. This is the thing. A lot of these people, they have never thought about this shit.
No.
Really, because they were told some shit, they believed it, and they figured that makes them smart. Well, not really, because you never really thought about it.
Yeah, you got to give Zoomer some credit.
No.
He dropped into the Shark Tank and he hung in there.
He did all right. He did all right. Yeah. I can understand where he's coming from, but there again, all this shit looking at the sky comes from the assumption of a globe to begin with.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, it was. He was very good at not answering certain questions, though.
Well, he does the same thing that Wesley and all those other guys do. Divert. A question with a question, a question with a question, a question with a question.
I appreciate he was.
I don't know how you can be in there. Sorry, you go, mate.
Sorry, I was just going to say he was civil about it compared to a lot of my.
Oh yeah,
I actually appreciated it.
yeah, yeah.
This
I
is
done
what
that
I'm
for
saying. This is what I'm saying. You get people like Wes who it's just horrid to watch, and I get stressed watching you get stressed. So, you know, but
Well, it's
when
like
people
trying to,
are
it's like
courteous,
trying, Luke, it's like trying to herd fucking cats.
that is, I've got 3 cats.
I
That
love
is
that
frustrating.
I mean, you can't keep that motherfucker poised on the point that you're trying to make. Look, here's the thing. Answer the question. Well, let me ask you that. No, motherfucker, don't ask me nothing. Answer my fucking question.
Hey, I put something there I wanted to share with you. This is exactly what we're talking about tonight. I did this. I have an observation there, Sav, from Hatteras. I'm looking south and southeast, and I got a 180 pan.
It's another excellent example.
You can kill the audio on it. And I'll just describe it as you show it.
Hang on, let me put it
You can just mute the audio if you want.
It is, there's your
So basically, everyone's seen this. You have the crepuscular rays. The sun's local. I think we all agree on that. The one thing I wanted you to see is that I'm just kind of showing the clouds, and like it's at a position. The sun is always above the clouds, no matter what. It's just always above, but it looks like it's amongst them, depending on what your viewing position is. But if you scan through the image where I go, when I pan northeast, you can just scoot up in the image. I want to show you what the clouds look like about 100 miles in the opposite direction. So it's about ready to go there. Here we go. So we're going around. All right. And I want you to pause it right about now. All right. So you see a middle layer of clouds. That's about, I'm just going to guess 100 miles of the opposite direction where the sun is. You've got sun underneath the clouds up here at the top. You've also got the clouds being lit up. I'm just going to say 100 miles. It's probably further, way off in the distance. That's over sea. That's over the Atlantic, right? What you would naturally be looking for is an Earth curve shadow that would be basically creating a curved shadow from the sun if it were a alleged ball going down. You're not seeing that. What you're seeing is you've got clouds being lit up at the upper decks, 100 miles in the opposite direction of where the sun is. Curiously, you're getting some light underneath the clouds here too. This is just an observation. This is not an experiment, guys. So like you guys can go jerk off in the corner if you want to.
Flat fucking horizon though too.
Yeah. So like what you're seeing here is like, and you can go ahead and let the video play now because you can see it's a 180-degree view on OBX coast, north and northeast and southeast. You got the sun on the top of these clouds, 100 miles opposite the direction of where the sun is allegedly going down. It's going away. That means the sun is above the clouds. It always is above the clouds. It just looks like it's amidst the clouds from your perspective position. But those clouds that you're looking at right there are at least 100 miles. And I'm being conservative. I'm always conservative with this, but that could be 200 miles. And you're still seeing the clouds being lit up by a sun above the clouds on the opposite direction. And there you go. That's all I got.
That is interesting. That cloud formation down on the lower part's interesting too. But
yeah. There's just so much. If you actually just go out and look, there's 3 left. Look at that. Those clouds are way in the opposite direction, being lit up.
Yeah.
So these are observations, guys. They're not experiments.
But you know what? This is something I cannot stress enough to anybody out there right now. These motherfuckers, this is what they do. The Earth is a globe. Oh, really? How do you know? Look at the sky.
Yeah.
Okay. No, I don't want to look at the fucking sky. I want you to show me the Earth curve. Okay.
I know. I that was just my little step into sky view to show, hey, okay, I'll look at the sky for a minute, even though we're talking about water level, and like I will just put my little toes in the water of the sky and be like, that's kind of weird, isn't it, that those clouds are lit up? Oh, I don't know.
You ever
way too much?
See a big bank of clouds and shit, and they're all fluffy and popcorny on the top, and they're flat as a goddamn fritter on the bottom.
Yeah, it's kind of
all the way across the sky.
Flower, you've been hanging out with Ben, haven't you?
I've been. I have so much. There's so many flat Earth observations in OBX. It's crazy. Like I have a long list of things I want to do, but I see water towers 15 miles away without even using binoculars. And I'm like, wow, I thought I needed a P900 to do this. No, I can just see it with plain eyes. So, anyway, I wanted to share that with you guys. But
well, I love these morons that come out and say, well, the buoyancy formula, look, it's got a G in it. I'm like, yeah, isn't that cool? I said, so tell me, how did Archimedes work that out 1900 years before there was any such thing as a G?
Yeah.
Wait, what's that? What does that G actually represent? What does it actually represent?
The easy way to talk about, like, actually, and you can still use the word gravity. It's not a cuss word, right? It's like, are you talking about Newtonian gravity? And then when they were like, if they don't even know what Newtonian gravity is, they're like, look, it's cool, man. Downward bias gravity, whatever you want to call it. It's cool, man.
That's even
it's
dumber.
cool.
You know what? That shit is even dumber than the Newtonian gravity.
Yeah, I know. It's just like,
I mean,
it's
real.
Gravitas. It's weight. It's gravitas. It's weight.
And what is
all
weight?
It is.
And what is weight?
It's just a description.
It's a quantification of the relative density. It's a
That's all it is.
quantification of the relative density of an object in a given medium. Okay.
Yeah.
When I change the ratio between the object and the medium, I change the weight or the quantification of that density within the given medium. It's that simple, man. There's nothing more to it. Downward bias, the only reason there's a downward bias when that's concerned is because that's pretty much the set condition. The densest area of our medium is right here at ground level. This is the source of where all the gases are produced.
Yep. Well, it'd be a really weird world if, like, everything was sideways, right? Like, why would any of this even exist if we were like, which way is down? I don't know. We're set up to be level with, like, whatever we're walking around on. It's like, yeah, but it's like circular. It's globular. It could be in that way. It's like, no, it's not. Shut up.
That's why they always come up with these nonsensical math equations that they want you to solve because they know that they're nonsensical and nobody can solve them. So they're shifting the burden of proof once again. But anyway, go ahead, Roger.
Sorry. Go ahead.
Go ahead, Roger.
Okay, I was just going to say one thing right quick. There's a guy in the audience saying that radar horizons prove a globe again for some odd reason. I don't know why.
A radar horizon proves the limit of a fucking radar. That's all. It's different depending on the power stream. Shut up.
They have to put a cover story for radar because we know that radar's line of sight and it can go for hundreds, if not thousands of miles. But they make up this story that it's got to bounce off the ionosphere, and that's how they can see around the curve.
Listen, I was working in the Army on. I worked in communications, and we used these radio frequencies just above AM, FSK, NSB. And I was in Frankfurt, Germany, and there was a bit of confusion because we were using the training communications electronics book, which has basically got all your codes in it and everything. There's one that if the balloon goes up or some shit happens, that you break that one out, and that's the one you now use. But any other time, we were using the same code book. Well, here I am in 5th Corps, and I get on there teletype and I do a radio check, and I said, net, this is net control. How do you read? But only in teletype language. I get a message back saying, no, this is such and such. I'm the net control station. What, who is this? And it was basically giving me shit saying I was on an unauthorized frequency. I looked and I was like, no, I'm on the right frequency. What the fuck? Well, come to find out, they were using the same codes at Fort Hood, Texas. Never thought that we'd ever communicate between one another. And I was talking to Fort Hood, Texas, using a linear directional doublet antenna. Man, they come up with this bullshit about, oh, you must have bounced off the ionosphere. And I tried to work that out and figure out how that fucker could have ping-ponged like that. And I'm like, no, that wasn't what happened.
Nope.
They told us, they said, you don't, it just, that's what it was. And if you say different, you can get an Article 15. They took my RT, my radio transmitter, and replaced it the next day.
That's amazing. I mean, how far is Fort Hood from where you were?
Well, it's in Texas.
Yes.
I was in Frankfurt, Germany. It's pretty much on the other side of the world.
Yeah. It wrapped all around that ball, didn't it?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Couple thousand miles.
You didn't see anything. Shut up.
I wanted to tell Cubby something right quick. The same idea of refraction when it comes to the globe's observations of the sun apply with the flat Earth observations too. And with perspective, it actually works just as well. So their observations are a moot point when it comes to that.
Well, it's, you know what? It's all a fucking moot point until they can solve and reconcile the basic physical impossibilities imposed by their bullshit. Okay? Let's face it. It's got to be a contained level world. It's demonstrably so. Okay? We'll prove that you need containment. No, you're asking me to prove a negative again. It's axiomatic. It's never been observed. Okay. And just because you go, well, Jupiter, well, that's another tall tale you're telling me, because that's not proof of anything. I want scientific fucking proof. I want experiments. When they tell me gravity holds the air, I want a citation, or for you to show me the experiment that verifies that this gravity has any effect on gas behavior at all and is suitable for gas containment.
Solve, can I ask a question?
No.
How do you, relative to that guy who was here, the guy in Australia, relative to his position, are you upside down?
Well, compared to him, I guess he would think he's right side up and I'm upside down.
That's crazy. Yeah, they're trying to change axiomatic principles and geometry by saying level is curved. That's insane.
Not. They'll point to that one Webster's Merriam-Webster's online definition that says conforming to the curved portions of Earth's liquid surface. Now, I'll go, oh, really? Did that say that the liquid surfaces of Earth are curved? No, it did not. It said it conforms with the curvature of Earth's liquid portions, right? Well, since there are none, that is true. It is conforming with the curvature, which there is none of. It's kind of like you make the assumption that there's curvature by reading that. It's just like when I say, I've never killed anyone that didn't deserve it. Did I say I've killed anybody?
Nope.
No, but you assume that I did. You see, nobody's ever found any of the bodies that I've buried. Did I say that I've ever buried any bodies? No, I did not. I let you assume that I have. And that's exactly what that is. It's word magic. Otherwise it contradicts the very first part of the definition, which is usually the most important and widely known definition to the word, which says that no part higher than another. How could you have that if it's curved?
No, that's the exact opposite of what curved is.
Then you got to add in another nonsensical thing. We're going 1,000 miles per hour spinning around.
Yeah. I wanted to do the Coriolis dance with the pilot there, but or the air traffic controller. He didn't want to do it. Well, how fast are you going? And conservation of momentum would be going east to west, right? Because of the rotation. So
where is Earth getting the energy to rotate from anyway?
How can a guy be in the Air Force for 35 years and still think the Earth's a ball?
Well, he's on the ground. He's an air traffic controller.
Yeah, but all of his,
wasn't a pilot,
he's be up in an air. I think he started as a pilot.
Yeah, dude.
I hope not.
I don't think he did. I was wrong when I said that.
Yeah.
Oh, were you? Okay.
Yeah,
I had so many questions to ask about radar and everything.
I want to know if he's ever looked at pitch data from a black box. That's what I was going to ask him.
I really wanted to know if he really thought he was upside down.
He is.
I spent most of my life upside down.
See,
D-man.
There you go. You got it.
And I'm proud to admit it.
You must be 9 feet tall by this time.
Stretching out like gravity.
I've got a really big head with all the blood rushing to my head.
Well, we'll just put you up at the speed of light and you elongate over a period of time.
Speed of light.
Time dilation.
You going to show that chasing the sun?
One thing he did.
Yeah, hang on a minute.
We'll do it just for him, so that way he's got something to come back next time and scream at us.
I gotta put that over here too.
After that, if I can present something soft.
I'm gonna play it at like double speed though.
Yeah, that's okay.
We don't have to have the sound.
I'm jealous of Lowry. He's back in my home state. I haven't been there in 15 years.
Tar Heel.
Yes, sir.
How's the planning for Antarctica going, Roger?
I'm still sitting at the same amount. I gotta put the brakes on my show for a while and start concentrating on that.
Is it a GoFundMe?
Yeah, the GoFundMe's still there. But it's not really growing. I'm not pushing it neither. I need to start getting on it.
Look at that shit, man.
Oh yeah. Wonder why that is.
Small and local.
Yep.
And
that's why I was telling him that optically what he sees is different than what it's actually physically doing. Right there, you're seeing what it's physically doing.
Those stars should be rising up too as the plane moves forward, and they don't.
Yeah.
Nope.
And that sun's going right all the time.
Yeah.
So as he goes, he has to either correct the nose of the plane to the right, or he has to take the camera and correct the camera to the right.
Yeah. This is why I think the meridians are off, because they're not they don't have a circular path to them like the sun itself does. If the meridians fanned out circularly, angled, they're not.
Well, the problem with the meridians is one of the reasons so many ships got crashed and wrecked and shit back in the day.
Yeah.
Navigation was dangerous, especially if you're assuming you're on a globe. It's kind of like flying an airplane assuming you're on a globe. You're going to crash.
Yeah. You're going to drop over distance. Yeah, you're going to definitely hit something. It's called the Earth.
Well, that's why I've told them it's real easy. Why don't they just go rent a plane, tell the guy to go up to 5,000 feet and drop to the angle of curvature. Right.
They won't do it.
They're going to find out real fast when the thing starts talking to them. Pull up. You're going to find out real quick when it starts roaring, beeping, and shitting. And that pilot says, no, we can, that don't work, buddy. We're not doing that. Didn't that doofus just fly from freaking Scotland all the way to the United States? Where's his video with the angle meter showing us the plane following the curve?
Yeah.
I don't know. I heard he bawled like a little bitch.
I'll tell you right now, if he bowed up to me like he was bowing up to that guy in that friggin' hotel or wherever the hell they were, it would have been a problem.
Yeah, he'd be walking around with two fucking canes.
Right. He needed two people to stand there to bow up to this guy while he was shit talking.
And he like a bitch too. He sounded like a fucking woman. He sounded just like a woman, man. I swear to God.
Hey, Sam, I didn't get to see him cry. Did you play a video?
It wasn't.
No, I got to have a video of him crying, but not at this thing.
Not this one. Okay.
That's the sun coming at him. It's actually going to go right over his head. He's actually flying underneath it as it travels, like he saw it before, going the opposite direction and following it.
And how the hell are you going to rate the speed of that object? That's my question. How do you know how fast it's going?
You'd have to know how far away it is.
Yeah, exactly. That's why I kept asking him. You know how far Polaris really is from your? Well, I can calculate it. You know you won't. Sure you can.
Well, it seems to me that when you get far enough at the 45th parallel, that should be a right triangle, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so how far is the 48th or 45th parallel from Polaris, from the North Pole? That should be the height of Polaris.
Oh.
He's pointing out right there with the arrows that look to the sides of where the sun is, that it's directly over it and not too far away. It's dark.
Yeah.
So that sun is small and local. It isn't 93 million miles away. There you go.
That makes me ask a question. Like the day when there's more sun than any other day of the year, there's like one day. How does that happen? You know, there's one day where the whole 90% of the world gets sunlight at one time.
There you go. Let's fly along like the Earth's a globe one time.
Okay.
Let's do that.
Well. A pilot who thinks the Earth is a globe crashes attempting to account for Earth's curvature. So what he was attempting to do was dip his nose to prove that the Earth is a ball. But instead of this happening, he went straight into the ground and crashed.
Hey.
Proving that the Earth is in fact not a globe. Indeed, the map that pilots go by is the new standard map of the world. This is the flat Earth map with Antarctica going around it. You see, even when NASA flies aircraft, they account for curvature. This is from nasa.gov, derivation and definition of a linear aircraft model. This report details the development of the linear model of a rigid aircraft with constant mass flying over a flat, non-rotating Earth, which is also what pilots are taught as well. So by him trying to prove that the Earth is a globe, he actually went against protocol. And this just goes to show we have to trust God's word. This is how the Bible explains the Earth. God's word tells us, let God be true, but every man a liar. God bless you guys. Don't forget to like and follow so you can be happy with the truth. And I'll see you in the next one.
Oh, that's why he didn't do it. No shit.
I'm wondering if he still has a job as a pilot. That's my question.
I doubt it.
Probably not.
He's an instructor now.
Yeah.
Okay.
See
He's like
what I
Wolfie.
mean?
Because Wolfie said for 8 years straight up that they do nose down for curvature. He changed his tune. Yeah.
Well,
Sorry.
that guy flying the plane was a real pilot, and Wolfie is not.
I put a link in the regular chat there, Sav. Has anybody? I'll see if anybody's seen this before and what your thoughts are.
Let's see. Let's check it out.
But you know,
Check it
everybody knows an internet pilot.
Yep. I know some rocket engineers on Facebook
Yeah,
too.
sure. Scientists and everybody's something on the internet. I'm a race car driver. You didn't know that?
Oh God, I run into. There's more surveyors, fucking engineers, and pilots on Facebook flat Earth groups than you'll find anywhere. I'm a fighter pilot for the Navy. Shut the fuck up. You're a fat ass sitting in your mom's trailer eating a goddamn Hot Pocket. Get out of here.
I like a
pepperoni.
That was a QR duck.
I only know one pilot, and he's a flat earther.
Huh?
They all
He took me up and let me fly his plane, and pointed out where we were headed. It's 170 kilometers away. I said, "Oh, so where are we off to?" And he pointed to this landmark on the horizon, and he said, "We're going there. That's Marlow." I said, "We shouldn't be able to see that." He said, "Exactly." That's when it was 100% proved to me the flat Earth.
I asked my cousin who flew helicopters for the majority of his life. When he was in the army, he flew helicopters in Nam. He flew choppers after Nam. He flew choppers all the way up until like the late 80s, 90s. I saw him at a gathering. I asked him, "Hey, you see that flat Earth stuff?" He said, "Yeah, I see that stuff on the internet here and there." I said, "What do you think?" And he just looked at me and smirked. That's all he did, because he's not going to say it, and he knows I knew he wasn't going to say it. So,
You had that moment,
they know.
right?
They all know.
I saw
They
Dirty
all know.
Ketchup was looking for a link to that video of Chasing the Sun. I'm going to put it in the chat.
I was trying to find it too.
I got it.
Oh, okay.
All right, so here's what Cubby sent.
I didn't know there's music. Sorry.
It's funky. There you go.
I don't have to come back
Yeah,
in and
don't
edit
need
that
that.
out.
I thought that was
Totally.
sideline for a minute.
One little small hat. We'll cry about it. I'll come back later, and on my analytics, it'll be a red exclamation point, and it'll say, "Your video can't be viewed in some areas because of this music."
But supposedly it's the sun rising under the clouds.
That's fucking cool.
It is. I think it's just shining through that part of it from where it's at, but I don't know. It's under the clouds. It is awesome, though.
It almost looks like lava.
It does, man. I was just thinking that like a fire when it's
Yeah.
just the coals going.
Just think about that. It's on the horizon. If you were standing on the ground and you would just barely see it, that's why it's got that view. You're higher while it's going down on that horizon, and it would be the reverse angle if it was above your head and going, and you were standing at the ground, it would be doing the same thing, except now you're just inverting it, just like the guy did in that video where he flipped it.
Perspective. Yeah. Pete, I haven't watched that Pete Rain video in
That
years.
might have been Zoomer. He's an Australian pilot.
That didn't look
He's
quite
looking
like.
at from the other.
Well,
angle.
no, then his video would be upside down.
Right.
But that's irrelevant. That's
Yeah.
irrelevant. Yeah. Okay, buddy.
We're having too much fun, guys. We need somebody else to come up and try to prove a globe.
I did actually. At least he was like respectful. Whereas you get all those other guys and they sit and talk over you and solve. Hey, solve. Hey, solve. Hey,
What? Really, Soph? Really? Really?
crap.
You mean it? What are you scared? What are you
That
scared?
was
No, you're insulting now. Right to insult, Soph.
That was like an actual civil debate. Like adults can have. We can have those things.
How about that?
He's supposedly a grown man, supposedly a professional, and that's the best he can do. So listen, after most of his childish antics on here, I didn't have no problem going in and changing his name to Dick Sucker or whatever else I wanted to. Fuck you. You ain't bringing nothing. You're just here to be an ass. Now the other guy, that guy was just up here. He thought he's got something, and I'm like, well, no, you're actually basing that on the assumption of a globe to begin with. That's the only way any of that shit works. Even with Aaron Krusty Knees, he didn't prove that the Earth was a sphere. He already thought the Earth was a sphere, apparently, if he actually existed. And so he went out to find out how big. Okay. He assumed it. That's why he used spherical math. Otherwise, he wouldn't have had to use spherical math. He could have just figured, it works on a flat plane too. Sorry. I was saying with Polaris, if, I think the true height of Polaris, if it is actually a physical thing, is whatever the distance from the North Pole to the 45th parallel would be. That would give you, that's how you find out how high a tree is. So when you cut it down where it's going to land at. You just put a 45-degree angle up toward the tip of it, right? And you walk back. And whatever your base is to the fucking trunk of the tree is how high the tree is. It's not that difficult to do.
But did you notice that it's all the same argument? It's all the same method. It's all the same thinking. It's all the same. Nothing changes. You would think that the physicality of it, they would think about it and say, yeah, that is kind of weird. Yeah, no, really, that's ridiculous. Yeah, I'm not standing upside down. The sun isn't rising above my head while it's below me.
Right.
Like these are the things that you would think about, the physical, just the simple physical things. It goes like right over them. They don't.
Water doesn't convex, so that would be silly. That should be your first fucking thing. That should be your very first thought. Water
come on, Saul. We're living on a convex Earth. Should know that.
And what would tell you that what are the things that you would see on a daily basis, or things you would do, or places you would go, anywhere you could go in a day? What would give you the clue that, we must be on a globe? Oh man, I must be standing at a 45-degree angle right now. Like, think about those things, just the simplest things. You would think that they would grasp that first. They went from step 0 to step 10.
Yeah.
It's like the person that sees the sun and the sun just starts to come up a little bit on the horizon. They turn around and walk away. Where you going? I saw the sun come up. It's not even up all the way. Why don't you wait till it comes up?
And they fight so hard for something that they only have hearsay evidence of.
Yeah, it's fantasy land shit.
It was like, wait a second. Hey, buddy, did you figure out that the Earth was a globe and then later find out that you were right? Or did they have to tell you that? Yeah, they had to tell you that. And when you kind of went, wait, I don't see it. Then they said, well, here, look at the sky, just like you're doing right now. Never at all realizing how stupid it is to look at the sky to determine the condition of where you're standing.
Well,
Right?
think about too, like, I think it's just willful ignorance on these Globers who are on YouTube. It's just willful ignorance, because think about, like you've mentioned before, Saab, you brought up some of these things to people you've worked with who probably don't care one way or another about flat Earth, but you just mentioned something in passing and they kind of go, I've never thought about that. Whereas they would just dismiss it, or argue with you and debate you.
Yeah, they would.
They'd
fight you for it.
Yeah, that's you know, they're just doing it for whatever reason. I haven't quite figured it out yet, but it's just
It's called this, I think. If you want to know the truth, they got
Maybe.
two ideas in their head at one time, and they can't balance those ideas out. They're in constant conflict inside their head.
They desperately want it to be something other than what it is. Yeah, I don't understand that. It's like, oh yeah, I know your senses say this, but they don't want you to be able to trust your senses. They want you to believe what you're told.
Look into the
It's
sky.
part of their identity, though. It's part of their identity. They grew up with Star Trek and Star Wars, and space is cool.
It's
and when they don't want to realize that space is fake and gay. They just they can't handle
They
it.
romanticize about it.
They do.
That's what it is. It's a fantasy that they romanticize about.
There's a lot of appeal to authority too.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah. And they throw the word science around when there is absolutely no fucking science involved with that belief.
No.
Even when they try to float this idea, gravity is a scientific theory. There ain't a goddamn thing that's scientific about that. Not a bit.
I looked up the actual definition of Newton's general law of gravity. It just says like everything that has mass attracts. That's it. There's no evidence for it at all. There's no experiment for it.
No.
There's nothing. That's
Probably because it never happened at all.
No,
It's not current. It's not current so-called science. They've moved on
Not at
from
all.
that years ago, haven't they? That's why they had to come up with that relativity bullshit.
Yes. Well, because people were asking the exact same question that I've asked. Where does mass get the energy to convert into a force? And why does it never run out? That's a violation of the first law of thermodynamics. So you're telling me that mass is just creating its own energy, that it's expending, holding the oceans against the spin of the earth and all this other bullshit and holding everything to it, and it never diminishes and never runs out? What is this fucking magical power source?
It's their God, if you want to know the truth. It really is. If you look at a scientist or a pseudoscientist is a better term for them, gravity fills all the gaps. So like if in theory, if you saw something in nature like that was you couldn't explain, they would say, oh, God created it that way. Well, gravity made it that way in their world. Gravity made everything.
When they can't explain anything, they always jump to a hypothetical situation too.
Yeah.
You know, it's. Oh, I mean, a lot of people do that with a lot of different subjects. You know, it's not just them, but that's. Go ahead.
We couldn't have broken that down any better for them. So
they get mired down with this mathematics bullshit and never really take a look at the components within the formula. And that's why I love to use that example. If I have 3 flying pink elephants and I add 2 flying pink elephants, the math says that I have 5 flying pink elephants. But reality says there's no such thing as a fucking flying pink elephant. So therefore, in reality, I have 0, regardless of what the math says.
Good example.
Well, Santro was saying earlier that D-Man has an illegitimate child named Wesley somewhere.
Whoa, what did you do to him, D-Man?
He's not my son. I don't know who he is.
He is messing around.
That's why you do such a good impression. You've had a lot of practice.
Yeah, really? Yeah, really, Luke? Yeah, you think so? Yeah, really? Oh, now you're insulting me. Okay, yeah, I see how you are.
Oh, hell.
Oh, there he goes. There he goes. See what he's doing?
Uh-huh. He's going to act like a 13-year-old.
Like the difference having a debate with someone like Zoomer compared to someone like Wes, it's actually enjoyable and fun because
it wasn't bad at
he's
all.
He's indoctrinated or he's stuck in his ways, but at least he's a nice guy and it's a cordial conversation.
Yeah,
and you can tell he was like, "Oh, these guys are smarter than I thought." Like, Sov was on fire.
He was,
and he was like, a couple of times you could just see his mind ticking over, going, "I don't know how to deal with this."
Because that's the physical reality of what it is. You couldn't.
Yeah.
We couldn't have broke that down, and we couldn't have broke that down any better to explain
the battle of logic, the battle of the logic and the cognitive dissonance. That battle is just must be raging with some people.
Yeah. Well, they're all stuck in the same spot. Me and Roger were talking about this last week. They're all stuck. They can't go any further. Once you get to the physical part of it, nothing works. They show no example of it working. That airplane smashing into the ground, great example. What have I been saying for months? Somebody should get in a plane, adjust for the curvature. You're going to be in the ground. That's how it's going to work. It's the same thing. He flew a plane from Scotland to what do you call it? Where's the pitch data? I mean, you couldn't spend $14 on Amazon and put a little thing on your shoulder and just point the camera at yourself since you love seeing yourself on the internet. You couldn't just do that and say, look at the plane dipping down. No, because it's not going to happen.
No,
that's why you're never going to see them do it.
He was
This
on a
compass, this compass I have has this really cool angle indicator on it. You see that?
Mm-hmm.
So you can get a little thing like this for about $25-$30.
He could have did it with a bubble level.
He could have this would have been a much better compass to take to Antarctica, Jaron. Notice there's no Yogi Bear. Notice there's no Yogi Bear on it or nothing like that. And you certainly can't hold it upside down because you'll be able to see anything.
And him too. Why didn't he take an angle meter since he flew so far? Why didn't he do it and say, hey, let's take an angle meter. Let's get some pitch data. Let's see what the plane's doing. We'll add it into it. Nope, not a thing. See ya.
Yeah. Well, didn't somebody tell him to take a Foucault's pendulum with him too?
Yeah.
And
I often give him $300 if he would do it and record it.
Yeah.
I said, I'll donate $300 to your channel. Never. I said, oh yeah, send me an email. Never got a response. Bye bye.
Who was that?
Jaron.
Oh.
Jaron.
Never. Not one response. Nothing. Zero.
If you can go to the South Pole and put a Foucault's pendulum up, you would definitely get a full 360-degree rotation out of it.
That's a drop in the bucket to what Duffy can offer him. There
you go. So
there you go. That's another thing too. Is what Justin says there that they don't work where the fuck the further south you go.
Yeah,
that's true. You need one with a much stronger magnet than what is supplied in the Yogi Bear Jr. camper.
I've got an engineering compass I'm taking with me, so I'll be fine. I'm pretty sure I'll be able to find my way north.
Oh, you don't like Yogi Bear, huh?
Pick that up at Bucky's Travel Stop.
Yeah.
Get a road map compass and take it to Antarctica with me. Yeah.
Make sure you'll use only the best Dora the Explorer compass.
I've noticed Tony shared a word. Yeah.
You know that picture of Donald Trump?
Tony Drake.
You know, have you seen that picture of Donald Trump laying on the bed with his hair is kind of like cut off in the bangs and he's in a nightshirt?
I try not to.
It's all over the place. Just take a good look at the bed sheets on that thing.
What are they like?
They're
Strawberry
shortcake. Yeah.
That's what everything like for bed sheets, right? Strawberry shortcake.
Tony, you had your hand up in the air. What's going on?
You had a question. It's Q&A night for Sav.
Hey.
Hey.
Can you hear me okay? No echoes or anything? I'm too loud or too quiet? What am I?
You're a little loud. You don't have to yell.
Yeah, you just talk to us.
Just talk.
Yeah. Okay. So you guys know where I live. I'm in the southwest corner of Western Australia, right?
Yep. And how do you feel being upside down right now, Tony?
No answer. Tony, come on.
Yeah, well, you don't chop in when I'm still talking.
Okay.
Right.
Yes,
okay.
We know you live there.
Right. So you look at the map of the world, you know, the rectangular map of the world. Where I am at the moment, we're getting closer to the solstice. So I've lived here. I've been watching the sun my whole fucking life, of course. Anyway, it rises where I'm sitting. It rises in the southeast. It sinks in the southwest. It does the same thing if you're on the tip of America or on the tip of
South
Africa.
America, you mean? You meant
Yeah.
South America. Yeah.
You'll see the same thing if you're on the tip of South America or on the tip of South Africa.
I could present what he's talking about, Sov, while
Mm-hmm.
he's talking, if you want.
Go ahead.
Hey, Tony, is it true you saw the first sunrise ever?
I don't think he can hear you.
Sorry.
I don't understand the question.
I was just joking with you, man.
He's saying you're old, Tony.
Yeah, no, I've been watching the sunrise for 77 years.
Holy shit, man.
Oh, man, you're young.
So what was the Civil War like, man?
Did they really have cameras back then?
I was otherwise distracted from the history, the reality of the history. But if
So you didn't get to meet Napoleon at all?
So come on, explain to me, how can I see the sun rising in the southeast and sinking in the southwest?
I don't
and
know.
you look at your flat map, please, and try.
Well,
and
I don't live on a flat map. Okay, I don't attest to any map being accurate 100% at all. I do know that water will not convex.
You know, but how can I be watching the sun and somebody
I don't care. What does the sun have to do with the way the earth is?
No, all I'm trying to tell you is that the sun and the moon are both the same size and they both circulate around us every day, but we do not fully understand the mechanism because we're only a fraction of the bloody creator.
Well, the thing is this too, that things in the sky are outside of the realm of science. The sun and the moon do not belong in the realm of science because, after all, we don't know what they are. The best we can do is look at them and make assumptions.
Very good, Dave. Very good, Dave. That's exactly true.
That's why I say all the time with these guys, you know, it don't matter what the fuck is in the sky. You know, it doesn't matter what's in the sky. The bottom line is you cannot have a dynamic fluid pressure system without physical containment. You cannot have liquid water without pressurized gases. And you cannot have water convexing around an object and sticking to it for no apparent reason with no energy involved. It's just dumb. That's a fantasy. If you can't demonstrate it or recreate it, then it's just an idea.
I accept what you're saying completely, but I wasn't really addressing my question to you in particular. I was suggesting it to flat earthers. I know you're not a flat earther, Dave. You've gone way past that.
Well, here's what I believe. Of course, flat is a condition. Level is an orientation. I believe the earth is level. Water at rest remains level. We cannot have a fluid pressure system without physical containment. We are a creation. It's a terrarium of some kind, and we've only begun to really explore it. I mean, let's face it, they say that the earth is close to 71% ocean and water. And here we are limited to the gas medium, when the most primary medium that's here of a fluid nature is water.
Its creation is here.
Our physics and shit would be completely different if we were dwellers at the bottom of the ocean. We would have completely different physics involved.
Do you agree that the sun, when the sun is at certain during certain seasons, like for us right now, we're going into winter. For Tony and Luke, it's going into summer because it's getting further away. It's doing a bigger circle as it goes further out. The circle is larger that they're doing.
Can I?
Can I cut in?
You're on that anyway.
Oh shit! What you just said. Nah, fuck it. I can't handle that.
Well, thanks, Tony. Appreciate that.
But the sun does travel a lot faster down here than it does up there.
Yeah, because it's covering more distance.
Yes, and therefore they can't have their bloody time zones. Their time zones prove that the sun is going slower in the north and faster in the south. And the other thing you should look at is the distance across America from east to west is roughly what, 4,000 miles? The same Australia, from the east to the west, it's about 4,000 miles. Now, have a look at the time zones. Look how long it takes to get from one side of Australia to the other. 2 hours. Now, when it goes to bloody America, it takes 4 hours. So this sun is changing speeds all the time while it's flying around the universe? Get fucking out of here.
Well, number one, different topography also.
Well, here's a good example. Okay, LP, vinyl LP, turns a rate of 33 1/3 RPMs. Okay, there are these little grooves that spiral their way from the outer edge all the way in toward the middle. This means that the outer edge of that record is moving much faster than the inside tracks of the record. Yet the music still stays in time. Now, replace the stylus with the sun and have the stylus move instead of the record. We've got the same effect. So, of course, it's going to have to go faster in the south to cover the same 15 degrees per hour than it would as it gets in toward the smaller track where it's going less of a distance in the same amount of time. So, yeah, that's a thing.
Yeah, hey Dave, look, that's really pertinent to something I was just thinking about. When this stylus goes around the track, the track is a V-shaped track and it's got bumps on the sides and on the bottom of this track. And you're traveling around this track. The next track to your west or your left or your right, is very adjacent. And when the needle went through that track, it put some vibrations into the future and some into the past.
You can't put things into the future or the past because there's really no such thing.
There's only now.
Those are both things that are only in the human mind.
Yep.
Now you're starting to talk like Einstein, Tony.
See, the only thing there really is perpetual now. The past is in your recollection. The future is in your imagination, both of which are only in your mind. So the only real thing is the perpetual now.
Yeah.
What if you got a flux capacitor?
Well, now you're going a whole different story, and that depends on whether you're using Mr. Fusion or plutonium.
All right.
You know, the
banana peels
change the output of the flux capacitor by a micro parsec. Yeah, that's
make sure to save your banana peels.
Yeah,
banana peels. I can see Doc Brown going, Marty, your kids are going to be a problem.
It's the Libyans.
Oh yeah, that's right. We didn't like the Libyans then.
It's the Libyans.
We were having a real. Reagan was having. Remember, Reagan put a sidewinder into that fucker's house.
Yeah,
coffee. You know, listen, we've had just nothing but goddamn criminals running this world, man, for the longest time. Look at them now. Oh, we can't tell you guys who was diddling little kids because national security. It's like, dude, you don't get to claim national security to cover up your fucking crimes, dude. What's up with that? What do you mean national security? If what you're telling me is that the people involved with the security of my nation are criminals, that's what you're telling me.
Yeah.
I love how everything is for our safety, but does anybody ever feel safer?
No. It's like cops, you know, they say, well, we need cops so we can be safe. And it's like, how many times you've been driving down the road and a fucking cop gets behind you? You go, oh boy, I really feel safe. Thank God there's a cop behind me. Nobody says that. They go, oh shit, I hope that guy don't fuck with me.
Well, let me ask you this. While the whole government was shut down, how did everybody feel? Did things get progressively worse for you while the government was shut down? Did you notice anything going to hell? Were you affected in any way, shape, or form?
I didn't even notice it open back up.
I know, man. I still saw these fucking stupid faces on TV saying the same dumb shit every time. Even when they were supposedly closed. If they was closed and there wasn't no government, how come the fuck I kept seeing Lindsey Graham and Ted Cruz and all these other stupid bastards?
Cousin Eddie.
Yeah, Cousin Eddie. Shitter's full.
Well, the next time I make a mess in the house and Rhonda cleans it up, she's gonna ask me like, "Why'd you do that?" Well, I can't tell you. It's national security.
Perfect.
But
you didn't put the seat down,
you'll be
Roger.
glad to know that I investigated myself and found that I had done nothing wrong.
I did an investigation. Yep,
Yeah, I
Soft's
investigated.
completely not guilty.
That's what these cops do, you know. It's like we investigated ourselves and everything was tip top number one,
Yeah.
man. It was just like all by procedure. So it's procedure to continuously tase a polio victim in the fucking gooch for 20 minutes. Yep, you know, and security.
It's not a medical problem at all. He might be having a stroke. Well, here, let's pepper spray him.
Yeah, right. Hey,
Boy,
that
that's
guy's
a great
gonna try
idea.
to kill himself shooting before he can. Oh,
Boy, those two old men are speeding down the road. Here, let's pull him over. Look, my buddy can't breathe. I don't care. Great job, guy.
I know.
So wouldn't you say Doge would be like the government investigating themselves for crimes? They set up an organization to investigate themselves for overspending and wasteful spending, and
Whatever
Same thing.
happened to Doge, and how
I
come
don't
they
know.
never got around to Fort Knox?
Yeah, I know. I was just gonna ask that. What happened to Fort Knox, man?
Here's a cool. I'll put a cool little video in the.
What
chat.
happened to getting rid of the IRS?
Yeah,
I know.
I know.
Here's a cool little.
Now he's dangling that carrot about you want to give everybody $2,000
Keep your bribe money
for the tariffs and stuff. No, shut the fuck up.
Keep your bribe money.
You're gonna give me $2,000 of the money you stole from me? Cool.
Yeah, right. Why don't you just lower the taxes instead, or just get rid of them? Actually,
Yeah, really. Why don't you get rid of the property taxes, fucking countrywide?
Yeah,
That'd be a nice
33,000 Epstein-related documents. Caught
I
the
put
guy
it-
in 33 hours.
I put a cool little video in the chat, in the regular chat there, if you want to check it out.
I don't
really care for the guy, but it's about the information. But so.
Right. That's what I go by too. I mean, there's some fucking people that I sit there and go, holy shit, dude. Let me tell you something. I don't know. On X, there's this guy, Cat Turd. Okay. And this guy has got Trump's dick rammed down his throat so fucking hard.
Follow the plan.
Oh my, yeah, swallow the plan, right? That motherfucker doing
all the way down.
Jesus Christ, yeah, it's pretty bad.
Gag the plan.
Deep Throat. Remember Deep Throat?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that was a big deal, man, when it first came out.
I could make a concert call it Deep Throat.
I used to have a T-shirt that said "I choked Linda Lovelace."
I was in the army with her cousin.
Oh shit, are you serious?
Yeah, he was in my platoon. Yeah.
Did he tell you that? Literally?
Yeah. It was his cousin. She wrote him letters and shit.
Holy shit.
So when I worked in Death Valley too, did you ever watch Star Trek Enterprise?
Yeah, a little.
Okay, you remember the Vulcan broad, the hottie?
Yeah.
Okay, I worked with her brother. He was a cook at Panamint Springs with me. Billy Blaylock. His name's Billy Blaylock, and that's her name, Blaylock.
Did you ever get to meet her?
Yes.
Nice.
She got a rocking ass, I'll tell you what.
If you've had that feeling like your life doesn't belong to you, something is off, maybe the choices, the emotions, even the arguments in your head aren't really yours, that is not you being paranoid at all. That is the program running. And the crazy part about all of this is it didn't start with your phone. It didn't start with TikTok. It started well over 100 years ago in a quiet office with men in suits mapping out the human mind like a machine that they could rewire. But here's what almost nobody understands. There is a reason that outrage feels addictive. There's a reason that despair feels normal. There's a reason that you wake up with dread and blame yourself for it. It was designed. And the moment you see how, you can't unsee it. So let me rip this open for you. Where did all of this programming really begin? It was a quiet office in London in 1921. This is the Tavistock Institute. They said it was about helping soldiers heal, and it wasn't. And once they cracked all of these things open that they did there, the experiment never ended. Officially, Tavistock was about treating shell shock. This is what they used to call PTSD. It was trauma therapy. It was a beautiful cover story. But what they actually found, trauma doesn't just break people, it softens them up, makes them pliable. They were not fixing soldiers like they told everybody. They were testing civilians. They were running war psychology on entire populations. Grief, confusion, and fear. Tavistock used all of these things like tools in a toolbox. Once you know which lever makes a herd turn into a stampede, you don't need speeches or ballots anymore. You just pull the lever. So after World War II, Tavistock moves into media and education and government. Its fingerprints are on NATO, PSYOPs, Cold War propaganda, and the actual birth of mass advertising. Then this guy comes on the scene a little later. His name is Edward Bernays, and he's actually Sigmund Freud's nephew, which is super weird. But instead of analyzing dreams and stuff like that, he turned the unconscious into a marketplace. And Edward Bernays is the reason that women smoked in public. He branded cigarettes as torches of freedom for women. He's the reason that we link bacon and eggs with breakfast. It was an ad campaign. It was never a tradition at all. Edward Bernays is the reason that Guatemala's democracy got overthrown. He sold it as fighting communism so that this company called United Fruit could keep their plantations. And he weaponized desire. He made war fashionable. He made democracy emotional. A few years down the road, we have this Operation Mockingbird program that comes out through the CIA. The CIA figured out the easiest way to control a country was by headlines. They thought it was about threats and war and the potential for some kind of bomb being dropped, but it was just headlines and news. That's all you needed to control a whole country. Operation Mockingbird put CIA operatives inside the biggest newsrooms in America, not just whispering in journalists' ears. They were writing the actual stories. Some of them were even newscasters. They were planting every single angle that they were told to plant. And by the 70s, over 400 journalists were on the payroll of the CIA. Anchors, editors, columnists, people that our parents trusted, that were trusted by almost the whole country. So now we've got the CIA's infiltrated the entire news media, and along comes this other program called MK Ultra. The CIA went full-blown mad scientist. They studied these weird experiments on people, some of them even unwilling, that included electroshock therapy and sleep deprivation in high doses of LSD. which is a hallucinogen, and even sensory isolation. It was about breaking minds completely open in the cleanest way that they possibly could. And it was about erasing identity. Keep that in mind. In the 50s, they were becoming experts at erasing people's identity. And in Canada, during this whole thing, this guy named Dr. Ewan Cameron, he ran patients through this thing that he called psychic driving. And he looped recorded messages into their ears while blasting them with drugs and shock therapy until they forgot their own name. And some of the patients there even forgot how to use the bathroom and how to walk and who their family was. When the files leaked in 1970, the public kind of gasped and freaked out. But by then, the experiments were already baked into the military and media playbooks around the entire world. The tools worked exceedingly well, and the ethics to them had no bearing on whether or not they should keep going. Fast forward to today. They used to use pills. Now they use pixels. And the pharmacy they're using is in your brain. It's all your own neurochemicals and your own neurotransmitters being used against you. And the dosage of these things is measured in how many headlines and hashtags and notifications and videos that you see.
Algorithm.
Tavistock engineered this confusion. Bernays taught them how to sell it. Mockingbird made it gospel to the entire world. And MK Ultra buried the witnesses. So now the experiment lab isn't in some weird underground bunker, it's in your frickin' pocket. So on your phone, every swipe, every pause, every time your eyes linger 1 second too long, your nervous system is being mapped out by an algorithm. And it's not for your benefit whatsoever. It's for theirs. Algorithms don't just recommend a bunch of stuff to us, they condition us. And this is beyond proven. They learn what spikes your cortisol, your stress chemicals, what makes you flinch, what makes you pissed off. They feed you more and more until your nervous system belongs to them. You're being taught what to care about, what to hate, what to fear, slowly, without any friction, until the thoughts in your head aren't even yours anymore. Outrage is the cheapest lever you could pull in a human being. That's why everything online is on fire. Doesn't matter what you're mad about, just that you are mad. Because anger glues your eyes to the screen. And while you're locked in reaction mode, something deeper, a lot deeper in your brain is being carved into you. If you look around right now, nobody is okay. Anxiety is baseline. Kids are depressed before they even hit puberty right now. Adults are medicated just to function. And that low dread or that weird feeling in your chest, people call that like personal failure or anxiety. That's the program working exactly as it was designed. A distracted, exhausted, divided population is a population that cannot resist. The mental health crisis is not accidental. It's the exhaust fumes of this machine.
Yeah, 100%.
So what happens at the end of this? We are all programmed to chase validation and followers and aesthetics and power and status. And even when people hit every single target, what happens? They feel nothing. The system doesn't need you dead. It just needs you numb. It needs you to be busy, blaming yourself until you forget you were anything more than a user profile in some behavior experiment. And if you're still here, something in you already knows. And maybe you can't explain it. And maybe I can't either. I don't think that's paranoia at all. I think it's memory. I think the part of you that never signed the contract is paying attention. It's a part of you that never forgot. So none of this is about finding yourself. This is about stopping the chase and stopping the performance, stopping the endless need to be what the system rewards. You are not outrage. You are not your social profile. You're not the algorithm's predictions. The very second that you stop feeding the machine, you start starving it. And once you remember that, you can't go back. And you've probably felt it most of your life, like an itch in your gut that none of this crap makes sense. The way that we live is upside down and it feels backward and fake. If you've felt this at all, I'm here to tell you that you were right. This was never your life. It was built for you. It was all scripted and installed. Your real life is still here. It's quiet, it's patient, and it's waiting for you under the noise. And now that you've seen it, the only question left is, who are you without the script? That's the real you. Because the system is starting to crack, and you know it. And your real life is waiting.
Pretty cool little vehicle.
That's pretty much it.
Pretty good.
I
I
would,
like it.
I would climb shit in that vehicle.
Oh yeah.
You know, and I kind of have to kind of expound on that. I kind of have a theory. So, like, what would you say is the most naturally occurring thing that messes with your mood?
Me.
Okay.
Yeah.
How about anybody else? What about the weather? Does that bother you? Like, if it's gloomy out, does that like?
Oh yeah, I feel happier on a sunny day.
Right.
I'm
That's
very
kind of-
photosynthetic, man.
When
I
I
think a
when I
lot of-
see the first sun, when I see the first snow of the year, I am not happy.
Yeah.
I am like,
So
shit, I
weather,
gotta go
right?
out there
Yeah.
and move all that crap.
So
Yeah.
weather, right? You know, for I think a lot of people it would be weather. I'm just saying I don't know for a fact, but I'm just guessing.
There is a
But-
condition. Some
Seasonal
people get the
fatigue.
seasonal affective. Yeah.
Seasonal affective disorder.
So there's that, and then you've got, you know, a lot of us are all, you know, we run on frequency and vibration, right?
Yeah.
So you got all these freaking towers out here pretty much destroying or creating a frequency, a bad frequency or a vibration amongst people, making
Light
them
bulbs.
crazy, it seems like. And then you got the chemtrails blocking out the sun. So when I sent you that video the other day of them spraying like crazy the other day,
Yeah, I saw it.
It's been freaking, it's been nuts. It hasn't been a sunny day since. And everybody around me seems like they're gone nuts, literally. But you know,
People have
it's all
been acting crazier. They really have. They've been acting a lot crazier than they normally do. You know,
yeah.
people are uptight.
But
Really
I'll
uptight.
say it even affected my mood and my, you know, I don't really typically get too bent out of shape about things, but I noticed like I've gotten a lot more tired the last week. I know I've been putting a little more work in and stuff, but regardless of that, and then I noticed, I don't know if anybody else gets this too, is the label they give it, tinnitus or tinnitus, whatever they call it.
Tinnitus.
The ringing of the ears.
Yeah,
you know?
tinnitus. I've had that a few times recently.
Yeah, I had it so bad the other night. I went and I moved my phone and my iPod out of my room, and I instantly almost started feeling better. I couldn't sleep all night because
Yeah.
it was just so. Normally, I get it most of the time, and half the time I just ignore it. There's enough ambient sound around me that it kind of distracts it or whatever. But the other, you know, when you go to bed, there's nothing but you and that sound. But it was just going so crazy in my head that I was like, man, I was like, could it possibly be something like that? Is it frequency coming from my phone or tech or whatever? So I moved it out of my room into the other room, and instantly I went to sleep and I was fine.
Oh yeah.
It threw off your natural rhythms with your tune to nature. I think that's what it does. Disrupts it.
And I don't really give a shit. I know there's going to be people out there like, oh, that's freaking crazy or whatever. Well, I don't know. You can
Everybody's
think that,
different.
but I believe it.
Everybody's
Yeah.
different. Everybody feels certain things and don't feel certain things. How come everybody doesn't get tinnitus? You know what I mean? So when you think about it, it's different for everybody.
Do you ever hear the brown note?
No.
It's supposedly a frequency and a note that if you play it, people will shit their pants.
They'll lose their
They'll lose control of their bowels.
It's got to be some kind of sub frequency, sub bass frequency or something that.
Do you remember when those people went to that concert and they went in through that mouth of the looked like Moloch, and those people, they just fucking died, and that guy was up there going dead, dead. They were carrying these people up. You know, his name was Travis Scott.
Yeah.
It sounds a lot like
remember that.
Travis Stock.
Yeah.
Travis
Mhm.
Scott.
Didn't he say during the show,
Scott,
"Oh,
it's
you're all in hell now. There's nothing you could do." Remember?
Something like that.
Not to mention, there was frequency, vibration, the whole thing, and it was just you put that together. It's like, what were they fucking with the mind control bullshit? Travis Stock,
Yeah.
Travis Scott. It was just like I remember at the time I was like, God, his name sounds a lot like that, but they like to throw that dumb shit right in your face, and you don't even notice it.
Did I've told you before about the experiment with plants where the guy played music for plants. He gave them all the same environment, all the same space to grow, all the same nutrients, everything the same. He played different music for every plant. He played classic rock. He played bubblegum pop, whatever pop on. He played classical music for one, and he played heavy metal for the other one. And everything died. Some faster, some slower, except one. And it was the one that played the classical music.
Yeah.
It grew so big that it was starting to push out of the box. And the guy had to stop it because it was burning the leaves because the thing was just, like growing like no tomorrow. The one with metal was literally rotting. There was bugs in the box.
Well, here's something along those lines. When I was growing weed out in California, right? I had my outside grow, but then I had an inside grow. In the garage, the whole garage was flood tables. I would do these sea of green is what we called it, and plants would only get about that tall, but they'd be like one massive cola. You'd take them right from clone, veg them for a week, and then put them right into flower. And we'd have these tables of, I think each table held 40 plants, 40 clones. And you just flood it with the water and nutrients every other day, and boom, leave them under the light cycle doing its thing, on a timer. Anyway, I found that when I put Lateralis by Tool on a loop, they thrived. And what's interesting is that Lateralis uses as its tempo the Fibonacci sequence.
Yeah.
It goes dun, dun, dun. Dun, 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 and then starts over. And it's like a perfect Fibonacci sequence, man. Those things fucking thrived. I was like, I bet you there's something to do with that right there.
So I think everything around us is affected by frequency, even plant life, animals and fish, and everything you could think of as being is being affected.
They did this experiment. This is really interesting. I read about this years ago. But where they put these sensors on these plants, and they could detect if the plant was actually in distress, like the plant would give off moods, so to speak. Yeah. And the graph would kind of reflect what those were. So they had a group of people walk through there, and one guy, he was instructed, before they went in, for him to just pick a random plant, pick it up, and violently tear it up. And when he grabbed the one plant and started violently tearing it up, the other plants reacted like with horror, like their little fucking vibrations like went way up. And then they walked out. They went back weeks later. They'd had people go through there the whole time, no problem. They brought that one guy back through there, and as soon as his presence was sensed in there with those plants, they all started fucking freaking out again.
I think we give off
recognized him. They recognized him, man.
They gave off his energy.
Yep. And that's where you get into, like, have you ever heard of Carillion photography?
Yeah.
Where they can actually film the energy that comes off of things, off of living things. Now, an interesting thing they've done is you can take and do a Carillion photograph of a leaf, and you get this beautiful pattern of a leaf, an outline, right? Yeah. And then take that same leaf and tear it in half and put the half in there and do it again, and you'll get the energy pattern of the entire fucking leaf, even though part of it's missing.
And by the way, that was a great song, Lateralis.
Yeah.
It's got to be similar to, when you're playing those frequencies and you put the sand on a surface and it creates those cymatics.
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, you look at some of these gardens.
I'm going to take
Look,
off.
look at some of
See you,
these
Roger.
gardens in like the Palace of Versailles. They had a drought recently that within the last few years that kind of dried up the grass. Was that Roger saying he had to go? Sorry,
Yeah.
Roger. Yeah, good.
Sorry,
to see
Roger.
you.
Good to see you.
What's going on, Roger?
See, Roger.
But with the way that everything was starting to die out, you could start to see the patterns in the ground that were obviously like sacred geometry. They had, I think they were using that electro horticulture shit, man. I really do.
Yeah.
And there's like cymatic patterns within the garden.
They're all over the place. But yeah.
They found
Yes.
out that music affects people.
Oh,
When
yeah.
people listen to certain music, they get angrier. Some people get calmer.
Sure,
some
it's
people-
audible emotion.
frequency.
It's audible
It's the
emotion.
hertz,
Music
isn't
is audible emotion. This is why a sonata with not a single word can evoke a tear. This is why they use music in movies. They set the mood with the music.
It was like
Yeah,
when who was that?
emotional mood.
Who was Charlie's wife? When as soon as they timed it for her to look up,
Yes,
perfect at the crescendo.
Oh, that was masterful. That was
See?
masterful. That was perfect. Yeah.
That's to pull the
I know what they're
heartstrings of you. Oh my god! that was so
Now,
awesome.
what you got to realize is this is the intensity of what's going on. So, what we had going on there at that Charlie Kirk thing was essentially a mass. What is a mass, really? Okay, so what we got going on is we've got a large group of people all resonating on the same emotional frequency. All of their magnetic heart fields are connected into one huge electromagnetic heart field resonating within this orchestrated emotion. That is powerful. And they did it right as a full solar eclipse was happening.
Yeah.
It was a ritual.
Yeah.
Same reason you get those that weird vibration when you go to a concert and stuff like that, you know, where everybody kind of seems like on the same wave together. You know,
Yes.
you get that weird feeling. You can't really explain it. It just is what it is.
This is what these evangelist preachers do. Okay, this is, if you really study what they're doing, everything they're doing is designed to lull those people all into a frequency.
Emotional states.
Yes, the pattern of how they preach, the pattern of their delivery of the words, their movements on the stage with their hand gestures as well. All of this is orchestrated to get everybody resonating in on this frequency.
Yeah.
And they, of course, in those bigger mega churches, they have the band that's playing the music. And I say, when a Jesus is gonna come down from the cloud, you know, and they do that, and the people are just fucking into it, and they're resonating off each other. It's like a big cavity resonator expansion thing that's like,
And then when they're on their high, they subtly introduce, hey, underneath your seats, there's a little envelope.
yeah. No,
Elwood, the band.
They're selling it. They're selling it. They're always closing the deal because they'll go, and that's why Jesus wants you to take out that envelope and give your money to the church to help the Lord Jesus and his mission. Hallelujah. People see, and they just all
People get up and start dancing around.
Except for now, it's a big picture behind me, and it's just like, scan the QR code.
And of course, all it takes is the one person to get up and dance around, and then everybody says, "Oh, do I get up and dance around?" It doesn't take much to get people to do what you want them to do.
Yeah, then comes
You
the
put
hash
them in
experiment.
emotional states. It's if you watch the Blues Brothers, it's when Elwood, the light shines on Elwood, and he says, "Elwood, the band," and he gets up and and he's pointing. The band. It's getting him in that emotional state. Putting you in.
I'll tell y'all something. You ain't never lived till you tripping on acid and end up in some kind of fucking weird church where they're speaking tongues and shit. Yes, this happened, man. This
I know.
happened.
Didn't you get up and dance around and dance right out the building?
That's how I got out, man. I was like tripping, right? I didn't at first. I was like, all right, this will be all right. You know, they had music playing and shit. And then when they started the service, it was just like what I was doing there, you know, like that kind of thing. And the people were all into it. And a woman next to me stood up, put her hands up in the air, and started spouting out some kind of fucking gibberish and shit, you know, talking in tongues. And I was like, oh my God. Another guy got up and he started praising God and running around in the church and shit. And that preacher got right up in my face and he was preaching. I was tripping, man. I was like, oh my God, don't look at me. Stop. Well, you know, I'm thinking to myself, I was just like, ah. And then when he backed off, I went, hallelujah. And I stood up and I ran around the fucking church once and then went out the door. I went out there, my friend sitting on the hood of his car laughing his ass off at me.
How many snakes did they make you hold?
They didn't have no snakes, but later on, I found out
Diamondbacks.
this tubing company, and I found out that most of the upper management were members of that fucking church. And something I noticed about them all, they would be sitting, they would always like rapidly blink a whole bunch of times, you know, just like while they're talking to you. And so I started referring to them as blinkies because they were all part of the cult, man.
Jesus.
Yeah, that was crazy. We pulled up to this metal building, man, and that was the same day we picked up Jesus too. Yeah, that's right. Oh, that's a whole nother story, man. The same day, but we ended up at this place. It was like in one of the metal buildings, you know, and it had a rainbow flying, you know, or a dove flying with a branch in its mouth, rainbow on the side. We went in this thing. But yeah, prior to the, and you know, I didn't know what he was doing. I said, "What are we doing here?" He says, "Come on in here. This is really cool." And then the fucking guy left me in there. And I'm like, you son of a bitch. But yeah, we were riding down the road and there was this guy, long hair and a beard and shit. And he was hitchhiking down the highway. My buddy Mike, he pulled over. We're tripping balls, man. He pulls over and then says, "You looking for a ride?" And he says, "Yeah, man, thanks." And he gets in the back seat and he goes, "Oh, hey, man, I'm Jesus, man." And I was like, "Cool, I'm Dave. This is Mike." And he goes, "Hey, how you doing?" He says, "I'm all right, Jesus." And we took him down. He was real nice and shit. And then we got to thinking. I was like, what if that really was Jesus, man? And he was testing us out. Who knows? You know? But it was really crazy, man, because I started thinking maybe that was Jesus.
Should have gave him something. Should have said,
Yeah,
"Hey, thanks for everything you do. Here's a
Thanks,
lighter."
Jesus.
I think Mike said something like, he says, "I know I've walked on the water, but man, I'm drowning on dry land. Can you help me?"
I wasn't tripping, but and when I was in basic training, Sundays were for writing letters and shining your boots, and you could get away to go to whatever denomination of church you wanted to go to, right? Well, some guys just went just to get away from doing basic training for a couple hours, right? So my one buddy, he's like, "Hey man, you want to come to church with me today?" We went to Southern Baptist. He's a black guy. I was like, "Yeah, I don't care, whatever, you know, get away from training." So we go in there and we get into the service and stuff, and they're going crazy. They got the full band playing and preachers going, you know, and I'm just kind of sitting there taking it all in, right? Well, it gets to later in the service, and my buddy goes, "Hey man, you want to be saved?" And so they create this line, right? And everybody goes up to the preacher. And he puts his hand on their head, right? And they got their eyes closed and they're saying all these crazy stuff. And he pushes their head and they fall back, you know, and they fall over and do something crazy like going a little somersault or whatever. So I'm like, "No, man, I don't want to do that." But he's like, come on, go get saved, right? So I get in line and it's getting ready to be my turn. And then I get up there and it is my turn. And the preacher does this thing and I'm just standing there like, you know, like, I don't know what I'm doing here. So anyway, it gets to the part where he goes to push my head and I just stand there like a brick wall. I don't even move. And he's like, "Okay, son, back of the line."
Yeah, right. Didn't work on you. You're going to hell.
I can't be hypnotized, buddy. Sorry.
Yeah, right. Dude, that's some funny fucking shit though.
Who's the guy on TV that
one of
used
the
to do
most
that?
I'd say one of the most uplifting and happy services I've ever been to has got to be a Black Baptist service.
Yeah, I mean, it was a good time.
Yeah, I mean, if people get, man, they're happy about Jesus and everything. They come out of there feeling good. You're in there, they're feeling good while it's going on. You go into a white church and they're all sitting there like mourning about shit, you know? And it's like, I can't get down with that.
I mean, it was like a concert experience, the whole thing.
Yeah,
The whole
yeah.
station.
Yeah, they get into it too. And I love the black preachers too, because they make everything rhyme. It's almost like Jesus rap, you know?
Yeah.
I've been to a
Pretty
few.
good shit, man.
I've been to a few. They're fun. I mean, I went to Catholic church and it was kind of just, like the
me too.
rigmarole. Yeah. And it was,
Man, I'll tell you what, that whole shit with the black suits and the robes and the candles and the Gothic architecture and shit. Catholics scared the piss out of me when I was a little kid, man. I was like, that's just like what Count Dracula lives, man.
Catholic service is just a fight to stay awake.
Yeah.
Well, I don't know. I've been to one before, and it was kind of like Pope aerobics. I mean, it's like you got to fucking stand up and sit down and kneel and say kind of bullshit every time he gives you a cue word. And I'm like, I don't even know these songs, but I'll tell you what, I'm going to hit it hard on them O's. I know that.
I loved hearing the giant pipe organ they had, the giant pipe thing when they would do the songs.
Do that one from Phantom of the Opera.
I tell you what, don't go to Stations of the Cross though, boy. That's a snoozer.
Oh my God! Speaking of snoozers, I'm thinking that sermon that was delivered by our good friend Wesley is probably a real fucking snoozer.
Yeah, it is. I was just pointing out the fact that he's another Duffy type, basically.
Yeah. I don't try to listen. That's the thing. There's a lot of these real religious types, man. They're the ones you got to watch the worst. They're hiding behind shit. They're hiding behind that. And let's face it, Jesus didn't hang out with people like that. Jesus hung out with the people that was bad. He hung out trying to make the bad people good, right? I'm his people.
Angels are dreaming of you.
That's it, man.
They're gonna clip that one off.
I don't care. They can do whatever they want.
It's funny the way you said it.
Good. But yeah, that's sometimes, it just gets me because I'll tell you what, when I worked in a restaurant, man, the worst fucking people on earth was the Sunday morning church crowd. The people that came in after church, they were the worst people to wait on. They were, oh my God. I hated working Sunday late mornings, man. These people would come in here and they're rude. They're everything that you would expect a Christian not to be. That's what would blow my mind. So I'm like, yeah, can't do that no more. You guys are Cubby, move.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I thought it was froze up, man.
No, I was
I
looking at
had like a
something.
picture on. I was like, everything's quiet. What happened?
Brad and Tasha wanted you to see a channel. Now
Oh, you're putting it in the chat or something?
I put it in there once, but now I'm
Oh.
or Saddlebone had it, and now it's probably way buried now.
Yeah, do it again. I can't click them from StreamYard.
Yeah.
I have to go over
That's
here.
my problem. I can't. I'm on an iPad.
Two fucking
I'll look backwards for you.
Yeah, go to like either Saddlebum or Brad and Tasha's Truth. Truth is the way 80.
Oh,
whatever
man.
that is. That link. Put that in there again if you would. That's why I can't wait to get my laptop. Then I don't have to deal with this anymore. But anyway,
let's see, where am I at? I'm over here now. Wow, this is way behind. How are we doing over here on the Rumble side? Doing really good. Flat Bro, thank you for the $2 super chat over there too, buddy.
Rock on.
Much appreciated. Much appreciated. Mucho gusto. I think I said that right. I don't know.
Did she put the link in the regular comment?
It was in the regular chat, yeah.
How far back?
I don't remember now. I can only go so far back on my thing.
Yeah, mine.
Luke, what's this thing you got down here?
I think he's gonna get it again here in a second, possibly. No,
I'll keep my eyes
wait,
peeled.
there it is, right there. It's under Saddle Bombs.
All right. Hold on. Where am I at?
Oh, that was just some 432 music.
Saddle Bomb.
Oh, okay.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. I listen to
okay. Lisa Belair sails the world. Okay, that might be interesting. Nothing would scare me worse than being out in the ocean without being able to see land. And you don't see the bottom. It's just like you're out there in this fucking void.
I only used to go like 6 miles out, and I would think, what if this boat went down?
No.
I used to try not to think about it, but then I would think that's a long way to swim.
That's why I don't want to go on any one of them cruises or anything either. Anytime
Yeah.
it's like I don't want to go die with a bunch of strangers out in the middle of the freaking ocean.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I threw one in there too, saw from the last show, but we didn't get time to play it. It was that Flat Earth, Why Does It Matter one. That's a new
All right.
one.
Well, we'll watch that because I'm going to shut it down here in a little bit.
All right.
And
That's a good ending video for this.
I hope Janusz is doing good, and we haven't seen him.
I seen Janusz. He was on Rogers, I think, sometime this afternoon.
Okay.
I guess that channel that lady sailed around Antarctica or something.
Yeah, that's what I saw in there.
Yeah.
I got it up here. I'll check it out after the show.
Yeah.
Let's see.
Have you done any more looking into the Little Seas and stuff?
Yeah, I think it's a very fascinating topic, and my mind goes in a lot of different directions regarding not so much as much, I know there's scripture that supports this idea, but also into, I have to speculate what actually occurred. Where did the people go? Where did those people go?
Empty cities.
Yes. Where did they go?
And the
Was
orphans,
that
the orphans is
rapture?
weird. Yeah.
And what's with all these bones in these ossuaries?
France has got huge.
Catacombs.
Oh, it's even bigger in where was that? Odessa?
Yeah,
I
probably
think there's one that's even bigger. It dwarfs the one in Paris.
Yeah, in Ukraine.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, dude, this is amazing. It's like, where the fuck do all these bones come from? They seem to all be adults. They all seem to be at the same state of decay, actually preserved. So this means that somebody not only had to take the time to sort the bones, preserve the bones, but then to arrange them in these elaborate catacombs and make altars and geometric designs and sacred geometry and whatnot. I mean, is it a piezoelectric effect that we're looking for out of this? What is the real deal? And most importantly, where the fuck did they come from? Who were they? That's what I got to look at, And so
I think what could have happened is they wanted to get rid of the adults, but they couldn't kill everyone because they wanted to have a society they could control. So maybe they had to get rid of all the adults, and then orphans were going to be the next, continue on, and they're too young to understand, maybe
because they could be easily controllable because they're so young.
Sure.
Yeah, and maybe would even forget.
Yeah, I mean,
and they'd be traumatized.
It doesn't take long to condition through the children, especially if there's no adults. And, maybe there's enough adults around that are caretakers that are into it, that can actually keep the thing running until they can get this society developed. And the ones that don't really go along with, but we don't want to kill them, we'll just put them in the fucking crazy house. We'll say they're insane.
Yep.
They're nuts. And this is what I look at too. There's something there again around that time period, 1800s, late 1700s, early 1800s. What was one of the things, and especially back in the day, that it would indicate that someone was insane? That they thought they were Napoleon. This was always on like comedy shows and cartoons and things like that to depict somebody as being crazy. They'd have him dressed as Napoleon with his hand inside his jacket and shit, So what is it about that with this Napoleon era? Why would that be a symbol of being insane? Where did that come from? Was Napoleon perhaps the opposition to this reset?
Could have been.
Maybe. They made a lot of money off of winning or losing.
Yeah, they did. Fucking
A
Rothschild.
lot of control.
Damn goddamn Rothschilds. We hate them.
If it was Christ, if it was actually Christ, and people were saying that Jesus has been around, they needed to silence those people, or at least make them look like they're crazy.
Mm-hmm.
They're saying that because they can't have that go through the next generation.
Right, and then that's the age-old trick too. Part of the gaslighting trick. Oh, you're crazy. Oh, you think your senses are real? That gaslighting bullshit right there, and that's what they're always pulling at. Oh, you're crazy if you think that. Just like with, it's obvious. None of these fucking people that say you're crazy because you think because you know the Earth's not a globe, they go, well, you're crazy.
Yeah.
What the fuck is crazy about that? That's logical.
So if you think I'm crazy, then why would you bother trying to convince me that I'm not?
Yes.
Why are you talking to me, the crazy person?
Right.
Yeah,
Are you a
exactly.
psychiatrist or something?
This is a great outro into that video.
And there's another one, a psychiatrist. Fucking small hat. Freud. He's out there. Yeah, that's you just wishing that cigar was a dick. Yeah, that's what it is. And it's like, God dang, dude, that's all you think about is screwing your mom and penises. You're weird, man. You're a weird little paranoid Jew with a mother complex. Anyway, I gotta go like this and like that.
Bing.
There is one level Earth question that is often used as a defense mechanism by stubborn globe defenders.
lie?
It's more rhetorical than inquisitive and tends to be their final discussion point before refusing to engage further with the subject. This question, formulated one of several ways, is, so what if the Earth is level? Why does the shape of the Earth even matter? What difference does it make to my life? Firstly, the thing of crucial importance is not the shape, it's the lie. The lie of heliocentrism is one of the most insidious lies imaginable that replaces our common sense and lived experience with unproven theories and explanations from supposed experts. When children are indoctrinated to abandon the evidence of their senses in favor of this nonsensical globe model, a schism occurs in their psyche where they are no longer able to trust their own senses and experience, and instead must trust information completely contrary to it, presented by perceived authority figures. To teach such a false cosmology is incredibly deceitful and disempowering to the individual, and the result is that humanity has become just like the slaves in Plato's allegory of the cave. A child who learns not to trust the evidence of their senses becomes forever imprisoned within Plato's cave. A world of distorted shadows cast by Plato's puppet masters that blinds them to the reality beyond. So, why does the shape of the Earth matter? Again, it's not about the shape. It's about the lie. To fool nearly the entirety of humanity for multiple generations, stripping people of their common sense and replacing it with carefully crafted lies, is obviously a matter of serious importance. It is one of the most psychologically devastating things that could be perpetrated upon an individual, and seeing through it should be one of the most revealing revelations of a lifetime. So, when someone asks the foolish question of what difference does it make, that is already evidence of extreme psychological distortion. If knowing the truth doesn't matter to your life, what does that say about your life? The level Earth is an epic epiphany that changes many people to their core, affirming their common sense, developing their critical thinking skills, and reigniting a spirit of discovery and adventure. In this way, the level Earth revelation is holistically helpful and truly transformational for many on an individual level. Even more importantly, however, is if humanity succeeds in fully exposing this egregious lie and finally rooting out the liars, the beneficial ripple effect it will have throughout society is massive. Once these foundational facts are realized, these governments, universities, media outlets, and other entangled organizations suddenly and completely lose all credibility. The resulting mass mental exodus away from the control system is exactly what is needed. Essentially, once the level Earth conspiracy is exposed, so is every other important conspiracy by proxy, because this so-called mother of all conspiracies holds under its umbrella so many fundamental and foundational facts, and fully reveals them. When confronted with the demonstrable evidence for our level Earth plane, One of the most common and frequently asked questions is, why would anyone lie about the shape of the Earth? Why would there be a worldwide conspiracy to hide the true dimensions of our home? What would be the point of hiding our level Earth to begin with? Many who ask this question haven't actually researched the subject and understand that those who aren't directly involved in the lie cannot fully comprehend the motives of those who are. Therefore, the often repeated phrase, why would they lie, is more a cynical defense mechanism than a genuine question. So we cannot definitively answer the question of motive, but we can attempt to deduce and guess what it may be. Government space agencies are freely receiving trillions in currency over the decades to produce little more than rockets that end up in the ocean and CGI cartoons on television. Maintaining the illusion is comparatively cheap, so rather than being some unrealistically expensive enterprise, it is actually an incredibly lucrative and profitable scam. Besides being a productive moneymaker, the notion of outer space, along with the belief in a globe Earth and the Big Bang Theory, has fostered a nihilistic, materialistic worldview that rejects the idea of intelligent design and replaces it with the concept of random, chaotic coincidence. Instead of intentional design by a purposeful creator for humans and the Earth, we are taught that everything came into existence by accident and for no reason. Through indoctrination into this anti-spiritual religion, believers lose connection with anything beyond the material world and become selfish, compliant consumers. This then sets the stage for further manipulations as people deceived and disconnected from their true foundations can be led anywhere. Two places we are clearly not being led by this globe deception, however, are Antarctica and the North Pole. These two locations hold inherent significance in the level Earth model of the cosmos, as Antarctica is the elevated outer rim that encompasses and extends around all the other continents, while the North Pole is the center point of the world, where all compasses point and directly below Polaris, the only stationary star in the sky. Interestingly, ancient world maps from before the globe deception took hold depict additional lands in both regions. Since then, however, these locations have completely disappeared from all modern maps. By turning Earth into a ball, these potential extra lands, resources, and civilizations have been conceptually erased from the minds of the masses, as there is literally nowhere left for them to exist. In summation, the globe lie is the biggest and most fundamental deception imaginable. It uproots humanity from the foundational truth of our level Earth and sends them spinning out of control in a vast, unintelligent universe. Scientism has become a new world religion, and the masses now follow blindly towards whatever future is manufactured for them.
That's pretty much the end.
The maps in there was maps of the world around the 1500, 1600, sort of around about that time. And there's this big chunk of land that was in between Asia and the US, and it went all the way to the North Pole, and it was called the Land of Jesus.
Oh wow!
That was what was removed, or one of the, because like you said, there's other land as well.
That's not the Land of Mu. Is that different?
I'm not sure, but the maps were totally different. Part of the theory is that some sort of cataclysmic event happened and totally changed how all the land looked.
I believe that. I believe that 100%. I believe that 100%. There was either a cataclysm or maybe even a series of cataclysms.
And absolutely. And that land, this is how flat Earth and the little season are connected, I believe, is because that date line where we're missing over 3 hours of time, that is where that land would be.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's like like if you got a great big party pizza, right? but you catch the munchies and you want to have a piece of it before the party, but you don't want nobody to know. You take that slice out and you just fucking sew the two edges together right there, you know?
That's how it looks,
something
yeah.
like that. Yeah, I think it's something like that.
Stitched it
Yeah,
together.
and then we trust it, you know, because they're giving these
And and herring, what David Weiss and others, when they talk about red extra lands, they're only ever talking outside of the ring,
right,
which is there's no evidence for. It's only there could be, but I
it's
don't think there's any
possible, but
evidence for
yeah.
it.
Well, you know, even on the Urbano Monte map, when you look and there's like inlets going into what appears to be Antarctica,
Summer's Gate,
and there's you know, coastline, detailed coastline on the back side that we're seeing too. So it tells me that they mapped that, you know, at one time or another. But yeah, that you're right, and that's something. If you ever have a globe or something, turn it so that you're just looking straight on at the Pacific Ocean. It looks silly as shit because you're not used to seeing a globe. Yeah, it's just a big blue ball. That's it. There's nothing.
Well, first off, if you have a globe, throw it in the trash. But
oh no, I love it. I love it. I use mine
I
just
was
to
kidding.
show people how fucking ridiculous it is.
Yeah.
You know,
But that's what drives me crazy about space, man. It's like we got all these lands and all these areas that we supposedly haven't visited yet, and we're still trying. We're saying we can go to space, but we can't figure out what all these, you know, mysterious lands and different areas we haven't been down here on Earth. Like, you know, let's figure out what's down here before we pretend to go up there, right?
Well, they only modeled the Earth only to the circle that they all agreed to map it to. So that's you know, in reality, I don't believe in the whole David Weiss 7 rings outside of it. That crap.
I try to stick with what I can prove.
Yeah.
Now it's okay to speculate, I think, you know, and bring up some ideas that, hey, something's kind of fishy here. And almost as if they're trying to hide land, you know. Now, do I know that 100% to be true? No, but I got a strong indication that it probably is.
Yeah.
You know, especially with them trying to direct your attention not there.
Yeah.
You know, that's always a big one too. Yeah, but look at this over here. We could have all these islands, and you know, yeah, but what about this big area? You know, that gets me like with their idea of rotation. You got all these landmass clumped together, and then this one area with nothing, and this thing's rotating smoothly, right? Now I'm like, have you ever had a fucking tire out of balance?
Yeah. Yeah.
You know, it seems like there should be a weight there, some kind of a weight there to counter that other weight. You know, what's compensating for that?
Gravity, gravity.
It's like when you go into a museum or like an old building, right? And you see this one area that's like roped off, right? And they're like, oh, we're going to skip over that. Let's keep going forward. And then you're just kind of like,
Sneak on in here, baby. Sneak on in.
Check this out. Hang on while you guys are distracted.
Yep.
One time, I know this is stupid, but you just said that, it popped this memory in my mind. I went to an auto show once with my friend, and he was looking at the like GMC Cyclone pickup truck. It was like this really fast pickup truck. And he just like nudged me because I didn't think nothing of it. And as I turned, the lady turned her back, and he just walked right over to it and just got right in it and put his arm out the side and looked at me. And I snapped a photo of him sitting there with his arm, and you could literally see the security guy coming in to grab him. It's like I was like, Paul, I don't think you can go over there. And he just nudged me and just walked right over to it and just got right in it. And of course, you know, as soon as the security guy said, "Oh, sir, you can't be in the car," I was opening the door. He was like, "Oh, I'm so sorry," because he's from Tennessee.
That's when you got to pretend you play stupid.
Oh, I didn't know. Yeah, that's exactly what he did.
I don't read so good.
He's from Chattanooga, so he had the heaviest accent ever. And the guy, as soon as he started to talk, was so polite to him, even though he was walking over to me and laughing because he just wanted to do it. It's like, oh my God, dude. He's like, "Did you take a photo?" I was like, "Yes, I did," as the hand was coming in to grab you.
Oh my God.
So good.
Well, guys, I'm going to have to shut it down, man. It's
Good to see
4 hours,
everybody.
And yeah, it was a good show, man. We had
Great show.
We had a good one tonight. Anybody got anything they want to add before we roll out of here tonight?
See you on the next one. And I'm glad I got to make it all the way through this.
Glad you're here.
Oh yeah, you did.
Change.
Things are looking good. Things are looking good, Chad. Things are working out.
But good seeing all you guys. Good seeing everybody in
man.
chat again. And,
you too.
Hanging
Yeah,
out
I
with
want
you
to
guys.
thank everybody for coming up here tonight. Everybody that showed up in the chat, and those of you in the future that are watching.
Yes.
Enjoy.
As we bend space and time.
That's right. We're bending that shit. We quantify.
Thank you, everybody. Thank you.
Take
care,
Right
Tony.
on, Tony.
Hey, Tony.
All right,
Right.
guys. So, as we always like to say on here, don't forget the Lord loves a working man. Don't never, ever, ever trust Whitey. See your doctor and get rid of him because he'll probably kill you. And if you heard the shot, it probably wasn't meant for you. So, we'll see you next time on Sovereign Soul Unchained Mind. Good night, everybody.